Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Regional Dialogue on Family Farming in Asia and the
大家
Pacific. So
好，
we will be
欢迎大
starting.
家参与我们的会议。
We will be starting in 5 minutes.
我们5
So
分钟之后
feel
会开
free
始，
to use the chat button to interact
大
with
家
your
可以
fellow
使用对话
participants.
框。
We have an issue with the channel for interpretation because the Chinese is on the original audio.
Give us a few seconds. So again, we will start in 5 minutes. So feel free to interact via the chat button. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes,
Okay.
loud and clear.
Yeah, so you can introduce yourself via the chat box and your organization, and you can also share your initiatives around family farming and food systems transformation. So just be on standby for another 5 minutes. Welcome to those who just joined in. So we are waiting for the other participants. So we will be starting in 3 minutes. So feel free to introduce yourself via the chat box, your organization, and also you can share your initiatives. So just please be on standby while we wait. So good morning, everyone, and greetings from the Philippines, where I'm at the moment, where it's a combination of sunny and also there's some clouds. I hope everyone is in a good mood today as we start the regional dialogue on family farming in Asia and the Pacific. And we look forward to a very meaningful exchange and very productive day for all of us. So again, as shown in the video, we would like to ask the participants to kindly rename yourself for proper recognition. Kindly include your country, your name, and an acronym of your organization. And feel free to use the chat box to interact with the participants, ask questions, and share your initiatives. And this event is being live streamed in YouTube as well. And it is available in 5 languages. So if you click on the interpretation button at the lower part of your screen, it's available in Bahasa, Bengali, Chinese, Khmer, and Nepali. So I think we can start the regional dialogue. I now turn over the floor to our moderator, Mr. Pierre Ferrand.
Okay. Thank you. I had an issue to unmute myself. Thank you, Irish. It seems that we have more than 5 languages, actually. Japanese is also available, but I strongly encourage you all to look at the translation channel to find the adequate one for you. So, dear government representative, partners, members of the different national committees on family farming, farmer organization and cooperative, dear colleagues, a very good morning to you all. So my name is Pierre Ferrand. I work at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok as an agriculture officer and regional focal point for the UN Decade of Family Farming. So I have the great pleasure to welcome you all today and to moderate the first session of this virtual regional dialogue on family farming, focusing in particular on leveraging the role of family farming toward more inclusive and resilient food system in response to crisis in the region. So today's event is part of a series of regional dialogue conducted by IFAD and FAO across the planet ahead of a global forum of the UN Decade of Family Farming. This will take place virtually on the next 19 and to 22nd September. And these regional dialogues aim at giving all actors in the region opportunity to connect, reinforcing multi-actor collaboration, addressing emerging topics and context-specific key challenges on a regional scale towards the implementation of the Undff. So with the region being home of 74% of all family farmers in the world and producing nearly 80% of the region's food, our dialogue today is critical in receiving contribution from government representative, family farmer organization, and other relevant stakeholders. So consequently, we have a full program with a broad and diversified range of initiatives to be presented and discussed. This will feed greatly into the global forum discussion later in September. So before going further, I would like to apologize on behalf of our first speaker, Ms. Marcela Villarreal, who is the Director of the Partnership and UN Collaboration Division at FAO headquarters. Given the time difference with Italy, she is not able to join us live today, and she has recorded her opening remark. So without further ado, I would like to kindly request the IT team to play a speech now.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, greetings from Rome. It's a real pleasure for me to deliver opening remarks at the Regional Dialogue on Family Farming in Asia and the Pacific, leveraging the role of family farming towards more inclusive and resilient food systems in response to crisis in the RAP region. It was organized by FAO and IFAD after successfully completing the first 3 years of implementation of the UN Decade of Family Farming. Due to the time difference between Rome and Bangkok, I am addressing you by video message. The Undff was launched 3 years ago in 2019 to develop, improve, and implement public policies and investments in support of family farming with a view to accelerating efforts and fostering additional commitments in line with the transformative ambitions of the 2030 Agenda. These past 3 years, however, marked a turning point for the world. Hunger levels worldwide are increasing in huge leaps. We continue witnessing the climate crisis. Right after the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine exacerbates economic and social shocks and creates additional burdens for family farmers and for us all. Lives and livelihoods are at risk throughout the world. We are at a critical moment in time. We need to do things differently and act holistically in order to transform our agri-food systems. If we don't, we will not end global hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. Moreover, crises are amplifying inequalities, primarily affecting the most vulnerable groups of society, the poorest people. Family farmers, including peasants, fisherfolk, pastoralists, indigenous peoples, traditional communities, mountain farmers, forest users, women, and youth are particularly exposed to the effects of the current situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the multiple crises, however, also offer the occasion for a joint and sincere reflection aimed at finding the most appropriate solutions to strengthen and rebuild resilience based on sustainability and inclusivity, and leverage local producers to offer solutions in complex and challenging times. In this context, family farmers play a significant role since they are key to build resilient food systems, ensuring food security and nutrition, sustainable management of natural resources, and cohesion in rural communities and the rural economy. Family farmers are also the caretakers of the environment. Through various initiatives, they promote the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, the prevention of soil depletion, water pollution, and environmental degradation, among others. This important role family farmers and their organizations play, providing contextualized and comprehensive solutions, responding to the challenges created by the crisis, has been reconfirmed during the years of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have witnessed emerging alternative logistical and food distribution initiatives by family farmers organizations and cooperatives, which directly linked producers and consumers by applying new forms of organization and new technologies, such as tools of e-commerce, to maximize their access to reliable and remunerative markets. Strengthening and supporting well-functioning family farmers organizations with the involvement of youth and women, naturally, is therefore critical for sustainable food systems. At the same time, we also observed that several countries have developed policy instruments which aimed at mitigating the impacts of COVID-19 on food security by promoting approaches centered on family farming to address issues in the global supply chain. By establishing a more inclusive market environment, policymakers around the world were looking for solutions to decentralize and localize their national food systems to bring food production closer to consumption. This all confirms that sustainable solutions provided by family farming must be supported, and by innovative, inclusive, and integrated public policies, institutional choices, and investment decisions. Let us move beyond the traditional sectoral policies towards complex and integrated multi-sectoral strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague, Guilherme Brady, will present later today the results achieved by the decade in the last 2 years. However, let me underline that in 3 years, FAO and IFAD have been working with thousands of stakeholders, including governments, parliamentarians, producer organizations, and civil society, to design and implement contextualized policies and frameworks of action, national action plans to support family farming. To date, 10 national action plans have been officially endorsed, including 3 in the Asia and Pacific region, Nepal, Indonesia, and the Philippines. We look forward to the development of this kind of strategic plan in other countries in this region. Furthermore, the very important Regional Action Plan for Family Farming in South Asia demonstrates the critical role that international and intergovernmental entities, such as the SARC Secretariat and the SARC Agriculture Center, can play by giving clear orientations for national processes supporting family farmers. Dear participants, with this perspective in mind, today's dialogue, as part of a global process under the UN Decade of Family Farming, aims to identify emerging policy priorities and co-construct an up-to-date participative agenda for the coming period of implementation. Indeed, we firmly believe that these stock-taking events provide unique opportunities to multiple actors to exchange and together effectively reorient the 10-year-long action framework of the Decade of Family Farming. The Undff has achieved extraordinary results, but these are not yet enough. Let us continue working together towards family farming and conducive policies and actions for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. I am pleased to open this event and wish you inspiring and productive deliberations for advancing towards inclusive, healthy, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems with family farmers at their center. Thank you very much.
So after this inspiring and supporting word from FAO Headquarters Senior Leadership, I would like now to start introducing our special guests for their welcoming remarks. So I would like to kindly remind you all to keep your statement to 5 minutes each, given our full program today. And to start, our first speaker is Mr. Takayuki Aguiwara, Regional Program Leader at FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific in Bangkok. So, Mr. Aguiwara, the floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guests, government focal points for the UN Decade of Family Farming, representatives of family farmers organizations and CSOs and partners. A very good morning to you all from Bangkok. It is my pleasure to join you in this virtual regional dialogue on family farming in Asia and the Pacific, focusing in particular on leveraging the role of family farming toward more inclusive and resilient food system in response to the crisis in the region. On behalf of FAO Regional Office, I would like to thank IFAD for co-organizing this important event with us in our joint capacity of Secretariat of the UN Decade of Family Farming. I would like to also to acknowledge the important contributions of informal preparatory group representing family farmers organizations and regional rural development NGOs ahead of this regional dialogue. Our thanks also goes to in particular, the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, AFA, the Asian Partnership for Development Human Resources in Rural Area, ASIADALA, La Via Campesina, LVC, and Pacific Island Farmers Organization Network, PIFON. As you know, UN Decade of Family Farming 2019-2028, UNDFF was launched on the 29 May 2019 at FAO headquarters in Rome. FAO and IFAD were called to support implementation and established a joint FAO-IFAD Secretariat to facilitate this process and the guidance of the International Steering Committee composed by the member states and the family farming organizations. We are very glad to have several representatives, the International Steering Committee members with us today, and I look forward to hear from them shortly. UNDFF aims at shedding a new light on the what it means to be a family farmers in a rapidly changing world. It leverages family farmers to promote an inclusive rural transformation that contributes to reducing rural poverty, generating, distributing wealth, and creating decent jobs, and starting up and growing inclusive agri-food businesses where the environment is sustainably managed and agriculture and food heritage is preserved. However, although family farmers are at the engines of economic, environmental, social, and cultural sustainability of agriculture, they were also one of the most affected populations due to their vulnerability to shocks and crises. This is particularly true with the current context where significant challenges has been exacerbated in the region due to the impact of outbreak of COVID-19 on family farmers, livelihood, and the consequences of the conflict in eastern part of Europe on the global food market. These global crises are interacting with the specific social, economic, and environmental conditions in the region and require tailored interventions to mitigate their impacts and strengthen the family farmers' resilience and the contributions to food security and nutrition. Therefore, the Undff offers us an opportunity to create and sustain an inclusive, collaborative, and coherent way forward, achieving positive change throughout the global food system by putting family farmers in the center of actions. It gives us a framework to promote new policies, services, and investments to support family farmers, ensure their own food security, and to raise general awareness on their roles for achieving sustainable and inclusive food system that benefit us all. After 3 years of implementation, Undff can be seen as a robust engagement process involving a wide range of stakeholders aimed at identifying and implementing the concrete policies and measures in support of family farming. In the Asia and Pacific region, significant results have been achieved. Many initiatives will be presented today, such as the development of SARC Regional Action Plan for Family Farming, as well as the development of National Action Plans for Family Farming in Indonesia, Nepal, and Philippines. In other countries like Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, Japan, or Laos, PDR, mobilization of stakeholders to develop the National Action Plan have also started. In addition, other initiatives, such as those linked to the UN Food System Summit or communication campaigns supported by Condephasia, have contributed as well as advanced the agenda of family farming across the region. To take a stock of process, activities, and result in 2019 and 2021, a global forum of the Undff, co-organized by FAO IFAD in their responsibility of leading UN agencies, will be held virtually on 19th to 22 September 2020 this year. Today's regional dialogue is a preparation steps contributing to this global forum. It aims at leveraging the new views of the different relevant actors to better understand the successful experience that can be basis for the knowledge sharing and dissemination of good practices. The main challenges faced in dealing with implementation in different contexts and policy areas and the key topics that emerge as a priority to focus on for the next period of implementation. Given our rather limited time, we have decided to consultation with the representative of farmer organizations to focus our dialogue today on the 3 particular pillars of a global action plan of the Undff that include Pillar 6, Pillar 2, and Pillar 4. Over the course of the day, you will have the opportunity to learn from the different initiatives implemented by partners representing the governments, family farming organizations, and development partners. I deeply encourage you to take full part of this discussion and contribute with their own experiences and feedbacks regarding implementation of the Undff. Unfortunately, there is another meeting going on in parallel, and I have to leave now, but you are on the good hands of the organizers. And I wish you and all of you and all of us a very good, successful meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taka, for your kind words and guidance for today's event. So now I would like to call Mr. Hubert Boirard, Country Director and Grant Manager of the FO4A, PFP and ARISE program in the Asia Pacific division at IFAD. So Mr. Boirard, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's my real pleasure to be with you this morning at the opening of a regional dialogue on family farming in Asia and Pacific. So on behalf of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, I would like to extend my very warm welcome to all participants representing farmers' organization leaders, policymakers, intergovernmental organizations, development partner, especially FAO, for co-organizing this event, as well as to our colleagues from AFA, La Via Campesina, PFON, and Asiadra. So as it has been said, you know, Undff was launched in 2019 to emphasize the key role of the family farmers in addressing many of today's challenges in agriculture for smallholders, as important as, you know, farmland size reduction, lack of farm business profitability, limited direct access to market, access to finance, access to modern technology, climate change risk management, rural and particularly youth interest in agriculture and rural immigration. Based on all these type of challenges, UNDFF effort has aimed to promote holistic framework for country as the crop policies and allocate investment in support for family farming. So after 3 years, where are we and what is the running path to do together? A lot has already been done, and we will have the opportunity to listen and to understand, you know, the progress done in the different areas as of today. UNDFF today is even more important as we all saw the COVID-19 pandemic and then now, you know, the ongoing Ukraine-Russia conflict negative impact on the global food system. And unfortunately, you know, this situation will last more than expected, certainly, you know. So IFAD has always supported small farmers and farmers organization and has been in the forefront on the onset of the pandemic to continue to assist family farmers through our respective country portfolio investment, complemented by our regional grants, supporting specifically, you know, farmers organization. Our grant name, you know, Asia Pacific Farmer Program, which has been co-financed and which is implemented in partnership as well with European Union, with the Farmers Organization for Asia. IFAD also launched a special program called ARISE during this COVID period, which was built on the coverage of the Asian Pacific Farmer Program to focus on immediate assistance on smallholder family farmers in the region, targeting the affected, you know, agriculture campaign, cropping season within the lockdown and post-lockdown period. So this pioneer intervention has ensured that the most vulnerable farming households were protected from the negative impact of the COVID-19, with their assets secured and being effectively reached through the provision of essential food commodity and associate economic services through their respective farmers' organization. I will not be very long as we are running out of time. So I think it is important to make sure the balance between food system and the environment is regulated with an integral part of our family farming business model to ensure the climate resilience and sustainability of our intervention. I would like to convey my sincere thanks and wishes to the organizer, and I'm looking forward to be part of the different events of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your welcoming message, Mr. Boha. And now I would like to call Dr. Andriko Noto Susantro from the Indonesian National Food Agency and representing government members of the International Steering Committee of the UN Decade of Family Farming. So Dr. Noto Susantro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pierre.
谢谢大家。
Good morning, all from Indonesia, Honorable
我是来自印度尼西亚，
FAO Regional Asia Pacific Program Leader,
我是
Country Director IFAD,
我们印度尼西亚
Regional Family
联合
Farmer
国家庭
Organization,
农业10年国际
Resource
指导委员
Person,
会
Participant,
成员。
ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to represent Indonesian National Food Agency to participate and speak in the opening of virtual regional dialogue on family farming in Asia and the Pacific. My appreciation goes to the work by FAO and IFAD for organizing this regional event. The government of Indonesia places family farming as one of the focus program intervention, considering there are more than 30 million farmers who provide food for around 273 million Indonesian people. So strengthening family farming will contribute to the increasing of food availability, improving nutritional status, and increasing family farmer welfare. This target will also contribute to the achievement of SDG target, especially Goal 1 and 2. As part of our commitment to implement the UN Decade of Family Farming, 2019 up to 2028, Indonesia has launched the National Action Plan of Family Farming in 2019. Therefore, the action plan become a framework for various stakeholders to formulate program in the effort to strengthen the role of family farming. The action plan aims to increase food availability, accessibility, and utilization, as well as to improve family farmer income. Ladies and gentlemen, as we understand that today's situation is very difficult for all of us, the changing climate has influenced the capacity of food production over time. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic since the beginning of 2020 has disrupted a global food supply chain by restricting food distribution and logistics. In this difficult situation, there is regional conflict between Russia and Ukraine that contribute to the increase of food price. Furthermore, this condition has an impact on global crises, such as energy, food, and financial. In this situation, I see that family farming has important role to deal with food crisis because family farm represent about 90% of all farm in the world and produce about 80% of the global food. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great opportunity, I would like to call on our fellow and partner to share knowledge and experience, as well as to strengthen cooperation that contribute to supporting family farming. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noto Susandro, for your welcoming remark and encouragement for today's dialogue. So lastly, I would like to call Mr. Zainal Arifin Fuad from the Indonesia Farmer Organization SPI and representing farmer organization member of the International Steering Committee of the Undff. Mr. Zainal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierre. But I will speak bahasa. Oke, terima kasih. Selamat pagi semua dan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati Bapak Pierre dari FAO sekaligus sebagai Ketua Pelaksana Dialog Regional ini, kemudian dari juga Mr. Takayuki dari FAO dan Bapak Hubert dari IFAD, dan dari Indonesia Bapak Andriko, dan juga perwakilan dari negara di Asia dan Pasifik, dan juga dari Komite Nasional Pertahanan Keluarga yang ada di Asia dan seluruh organisasi tani yang menghadiri acara ini. Ya, saya yang sangat gembira bisa menghadiri acara ini, dan kemudian sebagaimana sudah dikatakan oleh pembicara sebelumnya bahwa kita berada pada situasi yang sangat sulit bagi kaum tani sebagai penyedia pangan, karena pada saat yang sama kita juga pada kondisi ada yang kemiskinan, kemudian ada kelaparan, dan ada beberapa yang lain dalam terpaan konflik agraria, dan juga krisis pangan yang sudah kita hadapi sebenarnya sejak tahun 2008, kemudian bertambah karena ada COVID, dan saya ingat 2020 FAO sudah memperingatkan Indonesia bahwa ada krisis di dalam krisis, khusus dalam COVID ini, dan kemudian sekarang ada terpaan dari perubahan iklim dan juga perang Rusia dan Ukraina. Dan kita juga lihat hasil yang bagi kami mengecewakan, yaitu dari hasil pertemuan Forum Ekonomi Dunia di Davos Mei lalu, kemudian hasil pertemuan WTO awal bulan Juni yang lalu, di mana Latvia Kampesina mengadakan aksi untuk menyuarakan bagaimana WTO telah gagal dan mengakibatkan kelaparan bagi petani, dan juga kita lihat bagaimana solusi dari hasil pertemuan G7 di Jerman ini juga menjadi perhatian seharusnya bagi kaum tani, dan saat ini adalah waktu yang sangat tepat bagi seluruh keluarga petani untuk membuktikan peran kita sangat penting dalam penyedia pangan, terkhusus di wilayah Asia ini, dan juga bisa juga berperan dalam menghasilkan sistem pangan dunia yang adil dan yang bisa menyejahterakan seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Dan kita perlu ingatkan bahwa saat ini sudah ada deklarasi PBB untuk hak asasi petani dan masyarakat yang bekerja di pedesaan yang sudah diadopsi oleh PBB Desember 2018. Jadi deklarasi ini, atau saya sebut dengan Undff, bisa menjadi alat perjuangan untuk menyukseskan 7 pilar dari Undff Family Farming ini. Dan pada meeting ini kita membahas khusus untuk pilar 2, pilar 4, dan pilar 6. Dan semoga berbagi pengalaman dari Indonesia, dari Nepal dan negara lainnya bisa menjadi inspirasi bagi seluruh organisasi tani dalam menyukseskan Undff Family Farming ini. Terima kasih. Sekian sambutan dari saya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zainal, for this welcoming message on behalf of Family Farmer Organization. So we are now reaching the end of this opening session, and I would like to thank you all for your inspiring and encouraging remark, which will set the tone for our dialogue today. So before moving into the session 2, I would like to kindly ask you all to turn on your video so that we can take some group photo. So Irish, I will let you manage the group photo. So kindly have your best smile, and Irish take over for the photo. So everyone, please open your camera.
Okay, we have 6 panels, so everyone and the host will take the photo.
We have several pages, so please keep smiling for several seconds. Yeah, it's now done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So right now, let's move to the session 2, which will provide us with an overview of some of the achievement of the UN Decade of Family Farming over the first 3 years of implementation. We'll have first a series of presentation, and then at the end of the session, we'll have a moment to take some questions. So in the meantime, kindly make use of the chat box as much as possible to share your question and comment. This will be very helpful for the Q&A session. And should we not have the time to answer all of them live, then this will enable us to go back to you after the event. So to start this session, we'll have a presentation from Mr. Guillaume Brady, Chief of Unit for the Family Farming Engagement and Parliamentary Network at FAO headquarters. So unfortunately, due to the early time in Italy, he cannot join us live now, and his presentation has been video recorded, but he will, however, join us later for the session 6. So Irish, could you please play the video? Thank you.
Dear colleagues, greetings from Rome. I would like to present you an overview of the United Nations Decade on Family Farming implementation so far, where we are, the big numbers. So I would like to share with you this presentation about the main results that we have and how we've been working to achieve it from the perspective of the joint secretariat of the decade between FAO and Ncff. So we get already 10 countries with the national action plans on family farming approved, some of them from the region, from Asia. And this is very important because are the frameworks that provides the key entry points, what are the priority areas to be further developed in each country in order to support family farming and to bring their contributions to the transformation of food systems. Beyond these 10 countries, we also got very important intergovernmental processes in certain sub-regions that are also agreeing to have a common framework on family farming. And we're going to talk about it later, but this is the case in Central America and also in South Asia, in a process from SARC covering 8 countries from the region. Beyond those national and sub-regional action plans approved, we also have 14 countries in a very advanced stage, let's say entering the final phase of approval of a national action plan. I would like to highlight Kyrgyzstan and Tunisia, that will be probably the next 2 countries with national action plans approved. So we have in total 51 countries working in a certain way with the implementation of the decade, of course, with different levels of engagement, different phases of implementation, but 51 countries are very significant number of countries interested in the implementation of the decade. And we counted also a big number of actors involved in the discussions at national level related to family farming. So more than 2,000 actors involved in these national processes in these 51 countries, and the very strong leadership and active role of the family farmers organizations and federations engaged in this process, not only from the national level, but also from the subnational and local level. And this happens very often on policy dialogue spaces at national level, that are spaces to discuss between different actors, governmental institutions, family farmers organizations, academia, civil society organizations, and also between among different governmental institutions to coordinate actions related to family farming. So those are the priority spaces to implement the decade at national level. So the role of those national committees on family farming at the national level is being very crucial for the success implementation of the decade. As you know, we are also doing a regular monitoring exercise based on voluntary contributions, let's say countries providing us about what are the advancements that they had, or farmers organizations, different actors providing information to the Joint Secretariat, but also we are doing a regular desk review, especially on the policy, laws, legislations on family farming, and we counted more than 180 legislations approved related to family farming, or directly, specifically targeted to family farming, or explicitly referring to family farming since 2019. Of course, this is not all of it, let's say, direct support from the decade on this, but it's a very good indicators about the relevance of the topic for different governments, different congresses, and that family farming it's being perceived as an important agenda to be brought forward. The contributions that they bring are being recognized at the national level, and this, in our opinion, grew a lot during the pandemic. We note very strong connection between family farming related to the measures to protect populations in rural areas, or also how to bring their contributions to build back normal, and for also on recovery strategies. As my time is finalizing, I just would like to give you an overview about that. Let's say, in order to be able to provide a solid technical support at the national level, the decade is also investing a lot on how to develop knowledge products, right, that can bring solid technical background for the countries, for the farmers organizations, to work on different topics. So I will share this presentation with you. We have different global products that you can consult on, let's say, analysis on legislations, regulatory framework on family farming, training programs on how to strengthen capacities of farmers organizations, also methodologies for farmers organizations and governments to develop data on family farming, and also one of the key requests during the preparatory phase of the decade, coming from the governments and from the farmers organizations, a learning framework also on public policies on family farming. All of these are available to you, and please let us know if you would be interested to have those materials and support on these areas. So would like to show you a quick map. This is the map about where we have national and regional action plans approved. You can see here these three processes in orange that are the sub-regional spaces that I referred. So in South Asia and Central America, there are sub-regional action plans on family farming promoted by SARC, covering countries from South Asia, and promoted by the Central America Council on Agriculture, that is part of the Central America System of Integration, and also cover another 8 countries from Central America. In this other map, you can see combined in blue the countries and sub-regions with frameworks on family farming approved, and in orange some countries where we've been providing and working more closely, providing technical support in different areas, being or supporting the development of policies, legislations, or of the design of national action plans or capacity development in different areas. And as you know, we also have a very important pillar of the work of the implementation of the decade that is related to participatory communication plans, and that are being supported by regional platforms on communication for development that exist in Africa with Casa Africa, in Latin America with Onda Rural, and also very important work in Asia developed by Condephasia Asia, and the actors that are part of these platforms, farmers organizations as AFA and others, and also the actors working with rural communication services in the region as University of Los Baños, AMARC, and other important partners. So this has been a very important tool to bring information, to bring knowledge, and also to support the organization's capacities on communication, and in order also to reach their members, local populations. So there are awareness campaigns in Asia in 5 countries covering India, Philippines, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. A series of products were developed in order to support this content, but also radio programs, magazines, including in local languages, that has been promoted, and we have an audience, estimated the audience around 1 million listeners to those products. So just to finalize the way forward, we definitely need, and this will be hopefully the key outcomes that we're going to detail during the global forum, but we definitely need to better position, dedicate the global and the national agenda, strengthen the communication strategy at all levels, and reinforce commitment and recognition on family farming. We need to continue to promote multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, and inclusive policy dialogue, as it is happening in different countries. But this is very important, not only to include the actors and listen to different perspectives, but this can also help the different governments to address the policies and adapt the policies in a better way to family farmers. No, we reduce the margin of error when we listen to the beneficiaries of the policies, and this is also cost effective for the governments. So we hope to continue promoting those spaces, and we definitely are investing a lot on the knowledge generation of family farming. So this is I already presented some products that we have, but we will continue to invest on this. And the next product that we're going to work is about an analysis about how to define at national level family farming definition, right? So bringing from the global definition, but with concrete elements, and we're going to analyze this based on national legislations that already exist on family farming in different parts of the globe. And definitely, in order to be able to continue expanding the implementation of the decade, more resources are needed, and we are trying to create synergies with different initiatives that are ongoing. So creating intersections and trying to mobilize resources, combine resources as much as possible in order to move forward, and also to bring new resources for the implementation of the decade. So thank you very much. I hope you have a fruitful discussion, and see you later.
So after this good overview of what has happened at the global level in the Undff, we will now focus on our region, and we will hear first from representative of government and intergovernment organization in regard to the process for developing national and regional action plan for family farming. So as it was highlighted by Guilherme in his presentation, the Asia-Pacific region has had some very important achievements, and it is time to learn more about them. So we'll first hear from the Philippines, where the National Action Plan for Family Farming is the latest one to have been officially launched and approved in the region. So in that regard, I would like to call Dr. Rosana Mula, Director 4 at the Department of Agriculture and Agricultural Training Institute in the Philippines. Dr. Mula, you have the floor, and kindly keep your presentation to 5 minutes. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Per. So with me are my two colleagues who have been have been part of the active participation on the Philippine Action Plan for Family Farming. We have Rose with me and Pamela. I think some of you might have met them in some of the several meetings we have had. So anyhow, let me start. Can I have the first slide, please? So a pleasant day to all of us who are one in advocating for the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, most especially for our family farmers, fishers, and upland dwellers who facilitate effective responses to different crises. It is an honor to share with you the Philippines case of the Action Plan for Family Farming, or commonly known as PAP4FF. Today, I will be presenting what has been done, what facilitated the implementation, and our ways forward. So next, please. In August of 2019, Secretary William Dar, Department of Agriculture Secretary, issued a special order creating a national committee for family farming and designating the DA Agricultural Training Institute as the chair of the said committee. Thus, the start of the government-led activity crafting process following the inclusive, consultative, and participatory approaches. Next, please. During the initial steps of the crafting process, a triangular approach was employed. A series of organized participatory and inclusive consultation sessions was conducted. Alongside with these consultation sessions is a review of related literatures, and key informant interviews were conducted to deepen the results of the consultations. To further reiterate this participatory approach, this slide also presents the number of agencies and institutions who participated and contributed in crafting the National Action Plan. 3 sectoral and 1 multi-sectoral national conferences and a multi-stakeholder right shop were conducted with over 300 partner stakeholders participating. Next, please. This picture was taken during the celebration of the Farmers and Fisher Folks Month culminating activity held last May 27, 2021. In this activity, the PAP4FF was formally signed and launched by key members of the different agencies in the Philippines. Also, in last July 2021, another launching of the PAP4FF led by the ARD-KPP was undertaken. Next, please. Anchored on the overarching goal of masaganang ani, mataas na kita at marangal na buhay ng pamilyang magsasaka, meaning abundant harvest, high income, and dignified life of family farmers, the PAP4FF framework focused on zero hunger and poverty, as well as sustainable agriculture, fishery, forestry characterized by improved productivity, competitiveness, and resilience of Filipino family farmers. This framework serves as a roadmap for the Philippine government, NGOs, CSOs, private entities, and other groups in pursuing the overall goal of the Filipino family farmers. To achieve this, 3 strategic action pillars were identified, and these are the policy and program, people, and partnerships. To further streamline the proposed efforts, the 7 global pillars of the Undff was carried out. These pillars are also aligned with the DA's New Thinking for Agriculture, or the 8 paradigms, including the 1 DA reform agenda. Next, please. As part of the ongoing initiatives and plans of actions, this is the PAP4FF 10-year campaign and implementation plan in developing more specific actions. one of the several important deliverables in the early stages of the implementation of the action plan are as follows. The conduct of the baseline study of family farmers, fishers, and upland dwellers. This is an ongoing activity. So this is ongoing right now. And it is funded by the DA Agricultural Training Institute. The baseline study aims to establish a complete and comprehensive vision of the identified actions and know the current situation of the farm family. Also, this will be the basis for planning more definite actions to address and uplift the family farmers in their current situation. The next one is the conduct of information drive. These were conducted by the ATI regional training centers in preparation for the series of capability building activities for family farmers. The next one is capability building and training activities conducted by the ATC-RTC CAR to 15 farm families with after training support that will serve as a startup capital for the farm families' choice of agri-enterprises. Also, for the second half of the current year, a continuous series of multi-stakeholder consultation meetings will be conducted to further firm up the committee and its corresponding thematic action focus task forces. Next slide, please. Let me just give you now details on the activities undertaken on the conduct of the baseline study, which is taking place right now. This was commissioned to the Philippine Association of Agriculturists, which was commissioned to ATI to conduct the study. So the sample population will come from the 9 provinces that will represent the different agroecological zones, namely the coastal, the lowland, and the upland. Pre-testing of questionnaires was already conducted in Laguna to evaluate the reliability and validity of the instruments. Regional research teams were already organized and mobilized to fast-track data collection. They were also briefed and oriented on the overview of the study, as well as the roles and responsibilities of each member. The research teams located in the target areas are currently collecting the data. Field survey and the key informant interviews will be conducted simultaneously and are expected to be completed in the next 2 months. So from this time up to maybe August or September, we will give you the current characterization or the baseline data results of this study. Next, please. From year 2024, this is the last slide actually. From year 2024 to 2027, parallel to the implementation of the plans and the support to the creation of a digital agriculture infrastructure, monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, as well as feedbacking sessions will be conducted to ensure that the activities are still relevant and are aligned with our goals. And as we wrap up the decade for family farming in year 2028, this will be dedicated in the documentation of learnings and milestones, promote and celebrate our successes, of course, and work towards sustaining the partnerships and programs. So we are glad, thank you so much, that the Philippines, various players, and the agri-sector have really come together to work on this. And indeed, this is a testament that when we collaborate, we can also achieve far from what we can achieve alone. So again, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, and maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moulin, for your intervention and for sharing the great achievement of the Philippines with such an inclusive and participatory process leading to a very comprehensive national action plan. So I would like now to move to Nepal and to call Ms. Sabnan Shivakoti, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and focal point for family farming. So Ms. Shivakoti, you have the floor and kindly keep your presentation to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Pierre. Do I need to share the presentation or you will do it?
We will do it on our side.
Oh,
yes.
I did it. Is that okay now?
Okay.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
Yeah.
Is it in the slide? Okay, good.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, warm good morning, all the distinguished delegates from Nepal. And before I begin, I would like to wish everyone a National Rice Day, because Nepal celebrates National Rice Day every 15th of this Nepalese month. And this year we have the theme focusing on agrobiodiversity and input substitution. So I'd like to begin my presentation because earlier also we have been mentioned that Nepal has been among the lead country in bringing out the action plan, the National Action Plan, and I'll be brief on the action plan and its current progress status. Before I move on, just to show a quick scenario of Nepal, that when we're talking about the family farmers and family farms, we also need to understand the current context of Nepal, because agriculture, the main subsistence economy of Nepal, and then almost 25.8% of GDP comes from it. It contributes to employment. 60.4% population are dependent on agriculture. 70% of the labor force in agriculture comes from women. Largely it's an informal sector, and then smallholders with average land holding size of 0.68 per hectare. And if you look at the trend, the land per holding household land is declining. And currently more than almost 53% has less than 0.5 hectare of land. So that means this creates challenges in terms of the competitiveness, but at the same time, we also observe that these small farms were more resilient during the COVID pandemic time. Also, there is another serious concern with us is the growing trend of migration. Because of that, almost 30% of the cultivated land, especially in hills and Tarai, has remained fallow. So this also challenges a threat to our food system. And there is growing feminization of the agriculture. And another alarming situation for us is that we import a lot from abroad for the agricultural products, and this soaring trade deficit, including in agriculture sector, is even faster than non-agriculture sector. And then because of this, not only for the food, but we're dependent on the external inputs, be it fertilizer or the improved seeds or the machineries and the raw materials for various our industries for the back. So that means the threat is there. Already we are in the vulnerable state. And then when this vulnerability is compounded by the other natural shocks, climate change vulnerability, I think that the family farms are getting more vulnerable every day. But also we have to realize that because our farming system have been traditionally based on farming systems, so we have that value and we have that added advantage of how we can cope with during these systems, and how to strengthen this, restating the already our traditional farming systems to emphasize in our policies and program intervention. Just to share with you that because Nepal also implemented some initiatives during the International Year of Family Farming 2014, and from that we have kind of so we have been initiating these various movements related with the family farming. So now if you talk about the National Implementation Plan, we had formed a National Implementation Committee in 2013. This was in the pretext of the International Year. And this was formed under the chairmanship of Nepal Agriculture Cooperative Central Federation Limited. It's an Ncff. It's the cooperative federation in Nepal. And with few learnings from the program in 2014, Nepal actually, we proposed to celebrate Decade of Family Farming. And then this was approved by Government of Nepal. And also we requested to United Nations and the World Rural Forum. So I think after this 10 years action plan was, we formulated this 10 years action plan, and there is also a provision of steering committee that is headed by the Honorable Agriculture Ministry and with the engagement of various other stakeholders in the committee. So this steering committee endorsed this 10 years action plan in July 1st, 2020. And then the meeting also designated this Nepal Agriculture Central Cooperation Federation Limited as the secretariat for Undff in Nepal. This is an umbrella organization with about 1,127 members of small farmer agriculture cooperatives, and there are other similar type of agriculture cooperatives. So they have been active in the policy lobbying and among others. So the action plan of Nepal is also based on the 7 pillars of Undff, and it is one of the leading nations, as I mentioned, to get its national action plan approved by UN. And if you look at the institutional element, there are three committees formed. One is with the National Steering Committee headed by Honorable Minister, and there is this National Implementation Committee that is headed by the chair of the the Cooperation Federation Limited. And then there is a separate National Advisory Board. This is the current existing mechanism, but since Nepal has the three tiers of the government with the province and local level government, there is a missing link with the province and local governments. So there are the other governments are there, but this action plan or this mechanism has yet to embrace them in our upcoming implementation plan. And if you look at the progress in terms of the activities proposed, because it started in 2014, so there has been some activities being conducted at various levels, scales, focusing on the capacity development, documentation, awareness campaigns, and recognition of some family farms, focusing on the youth, etc. But with the initiation of the decade, very less has been we're able to achieve very less, I would say, because there was some budget allocated last year, but because of by the government of Nepal, but then because of the COVID, we couldn't really implement the activities. But at the same time, there are many ongoing activities that are conducted by the federal, province, and local governments, which targets the family farmers, but it has not been really brought under the framework of the National Action Plan. So it is difficult to really measure that where do these resource allocation converge, or how to link the various organizations. And recently, the Nepal's Food System Report has also acknowledged the regenerative smallholder family farming for healthy food production and climate adaptation under its action track 5. Since we have begun, but then I'll present it as both other learnings and challenges, because we realize that there has not been any committed resources from the development partners, because when we are talking about this for a decade, but there's no committed resource that is really from the development partners, and also the committed resources from the government at different tiers, as I mentioned, in the federal, province, and local level. So the investment is an issue, I think, because there has been many activities initiated, but what is the total requirement, the volume of the investment required, and what are the activities, the prioritized activities, that this is still to be worked out, I think. And I think now, since IFAD and FOI are now coming together, so hopefully we are very positive that, there will be some initiative from those two agencies also. Definitely the COVID-19 was major setback to implement various activities, and we're not able to reach to the province and local governments. And when I look at, because I was not involved I was not involved in the formulation of the action plan, but when when I'm looking at it as a focal point, it has been realized that in the National Action Plan, the activities are defined, the budget has been estimated, but there's no responsible organization, whom to lead this whole process, whom to consolidate, coordinate with the different type of the government, different with the other stakeholders. So it's not very clear. And similarly, the role of province and local government in implementing Undff is also not very clear. So I think it needs to be reiterated in the action plan, that who fits in where. And also how to consolidate the progress of various initiatives, although many activities are there, and these activities are already being conducted. So do we consolidate these activities and bring under this framework, or it will be a separate activities? I think there are some of these clarity is needed in terms of the implementation. And similarly, awareness of Undff among various stakeholders is also required, also because of the COVID, we couldn't do much in these aspects. And also when we talk about the coverage of the programs, so if we go with the national-wide campaign or national-wide covered, or we pilot and target in certain, in some of the, targeted districts or targeted communities, because in view of the resources requirement and the level of engagement required. So maybe we also need to think about this one. And if you look at the monitoring indicators also, because they're more at the output level, but not really at the outcome level. So I think there are some of the areas we kind of need to further work on. Nepal needs to work further on from the experience of other countries also. And it was very good to see the presentation from Philippines, how they are planned, all the plan, and they have a very proper implementation plan. I saw that, but I think that is where Nepal Nepal is a bit, need to enforce its action plan. So currently we have published, we're in the process of publishing a handbook on family farming with the action plan. So so that we can distribute this among all the governments. But when we are looking at the action plan, we realize that there are a lot of, the responsibility is not clear. So we're working on it. And also the coordination, we're planning for the coordination with the province and local governments and awareness at the province level. And definitely another step for us would be to enrich the national action plan and implementation plan. And it was very glad to listen to from the SARC, the presentation that SARC and app is also there. So I don't know, maybe we need to align that with our national action plan, also with the regional action plan. So there's some of the things that we kind of need to pursue in the days ahead. And definitely these dialogues, the sharing of from different stakeholders will be definitely an added input to the government Nepal. So on behalf of the government Nepal, I'd like to thank you, the organizers, for giving this opportunity. And I'll be, if there is questions arises, I'm ready to, I'm available for that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shivakoti, for your presentation and this overview of the ongoing process in Nepal. I mean, we are very happy to hear that you are moving forward also in developing the handbook in order also to provide guidance to the different agencies in the government. Now there is just a slight change in the agenda because of a conflicting program. So I would like to call Dr. Mohamed Bakhtar Hossain, Director of the SARC Agricultural Center in Dhaka, Bangladesh, for his presentation of the SARC Regional Action Plan. So Dr. Hossain, you have the floor, and kindly keep your presentation to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Perry. This slide is visible. Is this visible?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much, distinguished participants and guests. Regional Action Plan for Family Farming in South Asia, I will talk only it. And the South Asia agriculture is dominated with small holding and integrated type, and family farmers are smallholders and frequently handicapped with lack of access to imports, technology dissemination service, and output markets, in addition to weak value chains. In order to formulate regional action plan in South Asia, after due contemplation to the gap, that is global action plan of Undff, the SARC Agriculture Center Bangladesh, in collaboration with Asian Farmers Associations, for regional office for Asia and the Pacific, and the International Cooperative Alliance Asia and the Pacific, organized the regional expert consultation meeting on 5th and 6th November 2020 on virtual mode. And this is the picture of this consultation meeting. And I'm now I'm not describing the development of the regional action plan for promoting family farmers. So overall objective and vision of the regional action plan for family farming in South Asia, it aims at facilitating and accelerating the process of developing national action plan through inclusive multi-stakeholder processes, and also it aims at identifying regional priorities for each of the 7 pillars of the global action plan for family farming in South Asian context. And the role of South Asia, SARC Agriculture as an intergovernmental organization. And you know, the SARC Agriculture Center is the first intergovernmental organization of SARC and has been working from 1988. And the center is instrumental in advancing family farming, since we offer a common platform in the region to encourage multi-stakeholder and inclusive policy dialogue and cooperation. This provides an opportunity to foster experience sharing between SARC member states and other stakeholders. The development of the regional action plan for South Asia benefited from the country's support from the SARC Secretariat, as well as the collaborative partners agency, including FAO, AFA, and ICAAP. The importance of partnership and inclusivity. Under the leadership of SARC Agriculture Center, the South Asian Regional Action Plan for Family Farming was developed in collaboration with the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development and National Cooperative Alliance, Asia Pacific, and the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, a regional cultural meeting on UN Decade of Family Farming, formulating strategies and action plan to strengthen smallholder family farmers in South Asia was organized on a virtual platform in November 2020, and over 150 participants from SAARC member countries, from government, family farmers organizations, civil society, expert professionals, research institutions, and cooperatives, and participated in this meeting. And these are the photo snap of this virtual meeting. And the importance of partnership and inclusivity. This meeting marked an important step in elaborating jointly a draft regional action plan that contributed at defining the key priorities, strategies, and action to implement the UNDFF in South Asia. And also a follow-up consultation meeting was organized on the 29th July 2021 to present, discuss, and validate this draft regional action plan. And we have published this book after these discussions, and this is the picture of these publications. And challenges on family farming. And the pertinent challenges of the family farming in South Asia are climate change, natural resources degradations, low productivity, weak in value chain development at the farmers level as other levels also, high feed cost and input cost also, loss of agricultural land to urbanizations, and labor shortage. These are the pertinent challenges for family farmers in South Asia, and challenges for SAARC Regional Action Plan Family Farming. Program developed and implementation on family farmings are being hampered due to COVID-19 pandemic and environmental crisis to threatening farmers' resilience. Inadequate coordination among the national, regional, and international organizations, and insufficient technical support to execute the National Action Plan on Family Farming, and also some regional problems are also hampering these family farming activities. And plan for family farmers in South Asia, sharing the regional action plan with the respective member states for necessary actions, sensitizing relevant stakeholder within the region on the regional action plan through organizing consultation meeting, encouraging the member states to develop national action plan on family farming, requesting the member states to designate country focal points for operationalizing the regional action plan for family farming, organizing meeting at policy level among the SAARC member states to discuss the priority policies on family farming. And this is all regarding my presentation, the regional action plan for family farming in South Asia. Thank you all. Thank you for your patient hearing. Over to Per, please.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain, for your intervention and for sharing this really great participatory, multi-stakeholder and inclusive process, which could inspire other similar regional initiatives in the future. So now we are going to move to Indonesia, and I would like to call Ms. Rina Siawal, apologies for the pronunciation, from the Indonesia National Food Agency. So Ms. Siawal, you have the floor, and kindly keep your presentation to 5 minutes. We may have to change the
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Pierre. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and greeting from Indonesia. On behalf of Indonesian government, I would like to thank FAO and IFAD for conducting this virtual regional dialogue. It is a great honor for me to share the development of National Action Plan for Family Farming in Indonesia. Please move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, second slide. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me to start by the first slide about the background why Indonesia need to implement family farming program. Based on Food Law number 18/2012, Indonesia commit to fulfill food for the state to individuals level reflected to the availability of sufficient, but quantity and quality, safe, diverse, nutritious, equitable, and affordable, and does not conflict with religion, belief, and culture of the community to live healthy, active, and productive in a sustainable manner. Food security should be resilient and able to deal with any crisis due to the change in global strategic environments based on the spirit of food self-sufficiency and sovereignty. In this situation, I see that family farming has important role to deal with food crisis because family farming represents 90% of all farm in the world and produce 80% of the global food. Next slide, please. In general, agricultural development approach based on farmer group that has been implemented by Indonesian government has adopted the principle of family farming representing in 7 pillars of family farming. In this slide, we can see that the concept of family farming in Indonesia based on National Action Plan for Family Farming launched in 2019 with the goal to ensure food availability, accessibility, and utilization and increase household income. And there are 2 targets of family farming. First is reducing vulnerable areas from 18% in 2018 to 10% in 2020 based on the Food Security and Vulnerability Atlas. And the second one is reducing poverty from 9.8% in 2018 to 6.5 until 7% in 2024. Please, next slide. In 2021, family farming indicated by agriculture, forestry, and fisheries sectors can absorb the largest workforce, namely 38.78 million people or 29.59%. The GDP of the agriculture sector also grew up by 13.28% during the COVID-19 pandemic. The farmers' term of trade in December 2021 increased to 108.34. And the percentage of poor people decreased by 0.48% to be 9.71%. And the availability of food energy reached to 1,838 kilocalorie per capita per day, and protein availability reached to 83.55 grams per capita per day, but numbers are above the national recommendation. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the implementation of family farming is the Sustainable Food Reserve Garden conducted in 25,000 villages or 750,000 farming households, and the elevation of vulnerable areas implemented in 288 villages or 7,200 farming households. These activities are to empower community groups to utilize farmyard and other productive land as nutritious food source of additional income source and to ensure household food security. And in general, these activities have benefits. First is increase accessibility to nutritious food and reduce food expenditure costs by 20% until 47%, and contribute to increased food availability and accessibility, as well as household income, dietary diversification, stunting reduction, and preserve local wisdom. Food supply in this activity has increased by 32.33%. And the last benefit is maintain and improve food security status in sub-district delocation, this activity by 72.4%. Next slide, please. Since 2021, Indonesia government has collaborated with FAO Indonesia to develop family farming in Indonesia. On 17 May 2022, multi-stakeholder dialogue on the development of National Action Plan of Family Farming was organized to improve understanding the concept of family farming and identify activity implemented by governments, NGOs, private sector, and universities that in line with 7 pillars of family farming. And the dialogue recommends first is encourage policies for multi-stakeholder synergy in the implementation of family farming. And the second recommendation is encourage the establishment of local action plans for family farming by 34 provinces and 514 districts and cities in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my presentation about development of National Action Plan for Family Farming in Indonesia. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saiwal, for your presentation and the overview of this ongoing process in Indonesia. We are very pleased to hear that recently a lot of things has been done in order to resume the process on the implementation of the National Action Plan, and we stand ready to continue supporting you in this regard. So we have heard from this presentation of national and regional processes by government representative, and we'll now hear from family farmer organization and their contribution to the UN Decade of Family Farming over the past few years, but also the challenges they may have faced. So first, we'll move to the Pacific, and I would like to call Ms. Angela Birch, Program Manager at the Pacific Island Farmer Organization Network, PIFON in short. So Ms. Birch, you have the floor, and kindly keep your presentation to 10 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Pierre. Pacific greetings, and thank you to FAO and IFAD and the organizers of this event for this opportunity. With a reach of more than 85,000 farmers, the Pacific Farmer Organizations, or PIFON as we are most commonly referred to, works with farmer organizations whose members are predominantly family farmers. We have 30 member farmer organizations spanning 12 Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, Tonga, Vanuatu, Fiji, and we have 3 new members from the North Pacific, namely Hawaii, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands, and they're highlighted by the stars on the map before you. Through partnerships with several organizations, which include the EU, ACP, IFAD, AFA, DFAT, AgriCord, WRF, to name a few, PIFON has secured project funding over the last few years, and this has enabled member farmer organizations to assist their farmers as well as build capacity within their organizations. As you will see from the map, the geographic layout of the Pacific means that we are relatively isolated, as vast oceans separate us, not just from the rest of the world, but from each other. So whatever funding is provided through the different sources, help our farmer organizations to work with their farmers to continue to improve on food and nutritional security and improve livelihoods through sustainable agricultural practices. Farmer organizations are a relatively new concept to the Pacific. However, the work they are conducting within their respective communities is abundant. The network in the Pacific to date has provided a platform for the sharing of information to assist family farmers. Technical expertise and means of finding synergies are shared. And one such success story is that of the Breadfruit People platform, which focuses on a single commodity. It's a traditional crop, the breadfruit, that connects the Pacific Islands, as well as islands in the Caribbean and other parts of the world. Our first round of webinars that were conducted, there were 4, saw 400 participants from 30 countries. And this platform continues to grow as webinars are added. Topics cover agroforestry, propagation, their interactive workshops, and these provide participants with information on many value-add benefits as well. Another success of FOs contributing to the Undff implementation was further amplified during the COVID-19 pandemic. where previous exchanges with technical experts from other countries in the network saw local farmers assist in the technical training of fellow farmers in their country when there were border restrictions. One such case was that of a farmer learning exchange between Fiji and Samoa. There was a pineapple expert from Tete Taviuni in Fiji who, under another project, previously conducted training in Samoa with the Samoa Farmers Association. And when the borders were closed, when there were travel restrictions, it was one of the farmers who undertook the training from an earlier project who actually implemented the training with his local farmers in Samoa. And there's a quote before you from the president of the Samoa Farmers Association, where they believe we can't work with every farmer to transfer technologies. That's why we choose some lead farmers who can test and refine the skills and then serve as demonstrations for other farmers. We moved to Fiji for another example of a success story. It was implemented by Bula Agro. It's the Tell a Woman program, and it's one that we hope to upscale. But it's all about core trainers facilitating community training in nursery management with women. So it's led by women, training is conducted by women, and it's all about self-sufficiency in food and nutritional security. So the Tell a Woman program has generated 4 main impacts. It's looked to increasing vegetable home garden production, to contribute to healthier family diets as the vegetables are utilized in daily meals. The household food expenditure per family is reduced as they rely less on purchased vegetables. The third impact is whatever crop production is surplus is sold within their community, so it helps to supplement family incomes. And then there's community cohesion, which is strengthened as some families have shared whatever surplus with those in their community who are from more vulnerable households. The success of this program has seen a spin-off program, which has only just recently started earlier this year, and we refer to it as Mentor a Youth. And young farmers are encouraged to conduct training in their communities on nursery management using materials readily available to them. As you know, the COVID pandemic hugely affected the tourism industry, very much so in the Pacific. So a lot of the youth who are involved in tourism have returned to their lands. So this is a program that's slowly rolling out. Quickly evolving is the recognition of farmer organizations as a collective voice for family farmers across the Pacific.
Angela, you need to move. Yeah, okay. Sorry
about that. Yes. So yes, the recognition of farm organizations as a collective voice across the Pacific as they work to build capacity within as well as across the Pacific region. And this voice, of course, carries to governments and donors. A recent project that was implemented was a result of the feedback received from a survey conducted of farmers early on at the onset of COVID in 2020. The Pacific Islands Rural and Agricultural Stimulus Facility, commonly referred to PIRAS, is a partnership between IFAD and DFAT, and it was a direct response to COVID-19. And it has assisted farmers in many areas. Although this project is being implemented across several Pacific countries and by some organizations who are members of PIFON, PIFON has also been directly involved in 2 countries with Fiji and the Solomon Islands. The project is worth about $1.5 million US, and it's to run for 3 years. And thus far, more than 10,000 farmers have benefited through support for land preparation, planting materials, technical support with farming practices, farming tools, post-harvest handling, training in value-added products. And there's also been an introduction to e-market platforms. Policy advocacy by FOs has seen continued collaboration in Timor-Leste between our sole farmer organization there, Ana Profitco, and their government. And with its commitment to purchase farmer organization produced seeds from Ana Profitco, there are no further imports of seeds. Contractual agreements are in place so that the quantity of seeds are assured, along with a steady income for the farmers. Changes in export policies have also improved quarantine protocols in Tonga. After the of New Zealand, one of the Tongan FOs, Nishi Trading, was part of a task force that worked with the New Zealand government to allow trial shipments of watermelons, whilst the same task force worked with its own government in Tonga to allow the private sector to establish its own fumigation chamber for agriculture. The fumigation was solely managed by government. Collaborations allowed water shipments to return to normal, thus minimize impact on the lively farmers in the island kingdom. In years, with the increasing challenge of climate change and the global pandemic, the ability to adapt to the situation during the disasters, as well as the pandemic, to support family farmers has been supported and facilitated by the farmer. Families are able to mobilize support in different.
Have we lost the connection with Fiji? Angela? Angela, are you still here?
Sorry.
Looks like we lost the connection.
For a sec. Hello?
Yes, the line is very unstable. Yes, now we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Not anymore. If you cannot find a better connection, maybe we're going to move to the next presentation. I hope there was not too much of the presentation that was left. So yeah, in a matter of saving a bit of time, so first I would like to thank you very much, Angela, for your presentation and this highlight also of the different intervention that PFON has carried out, supported its member over the last years. We'll now move back to Asia, and I would like to call Ms. Irish Bagilat, coordinator for the Undff and Women Farmer Agenda at the Asian Farmer Association for Sustainable Rural Development. She will present a synthesis from Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, India, Japan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, and the Philippines. Ms. Bakila, you have the floor, and kindly keep your presentation to 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much, Pierre, and also, yeah, thank you to the presenters who shared their initiatives ahead of me. So, good morning, everyone, and greetings from Manila, Philippines. So, I'm with the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, which is a coalition of 20 National Farmers Federation in several countries in the region, with around 13 million small-scale women, men producers engaged in crops, livestock, fisheries, forestry, herding, and pastoralism. And we further collaborate with many other regional CSOs and other producers organization in the region and including the Pacific. So for today, what I will be sharing with you is the process that we have been supporting in the region as a regional network, as well as the actions at the national level by AFA members and also by CSO partners. So AFA is in the International Steering Committee of the Undff and also within the CSO platform of Undff that engages with the International Steering Committee. So we are engaged at various levels. And for AFA, we value Undff or the UN Decade of Family Farming because it gives us the opportunity to collaborate. It gives us the opportunity to have have dialogue with policymakers and decision makers at various levels, and more importantly for our members at the national and local level. And we see Undff and the mechanisms within it, such as the Ncff, as a platform to further push for our advocacies and further amplify our voice and our calls, our needs, and our demands and recommendations. And in the previous presentations, we have heard the achievements of several countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Nepal, and at the regional level, the SAARC Agriculture Center. And within all the processes in these countries and in South Asia, AFA has been involved in all these processes. And yes, we have supported, along with other regional actors, we have supported countries in various ways. And we also supported our members so they can engage with policy makers. So for example, in the Philippines, it was mentioned that ARDKPP, or the Agriculture and Rural Development Knowledge Policy Platform, has been active in the crafting of the National Action Plan. So that platform is composed mostly of CSOs and FOs, with AFA member convening the group. And in Nepal, it was mentioned that NAFSIL is also has been actively engaged with the process, and also there are other FOs and CSOs who were involved in some ways, more importantly in the localization of the National Action Plan, such as CSRC and NLRF in Nepal. And also in Indonesia, our member API has been engaging actively in the crafting of the National Action Plan and in the regular coordination. So we have seen that countries have their own processes and have accomplished, have varying levels of achievements when it comes to mobilizing multi-stakeholder dialogue platforms such as the Ncff, and also different levels of development and implementation of the National Action Plan. And in addition to the Philippines, Indonesia, and Nepal, in the past years, we have also seen that in other countries, there are some challenges. For example, in Laos, there hasn't been a big movement yet in implementing or forming the National Committee of Family Farming, or in crafting the National Action Plan. And also in Cambodia, India, they are still in the stage of mobilization and discussion with partners. And to add to what I have already shared earlier, that at the regional level, it's clear that we have a good partnership with SAARC and FAO and also ICA to really push for the development of the Regional Action Plan, and hopefully see these localized or nationalized in the other countries in South Asia. And for Southeast Asia, so AFA with other CSO partners at the region have also pushed for the inclusion of the UN Decade of Family Farming to the ASEAN roadmap for enhancing the role of agri-cooperatives. And I think there's still a lot of things to be done at the Southeast Asia level. And this is one thing that we hope we can push further along with the regional partners in Southeast Asia. And I think what has really facilitated this movement at the region level is the sustained partnership between different stakeholders, and also the resources that has been made available to AFA, even though it's a small scale project or initiative, but we were able to really consolidate the resources, the support that we have been receiving from our partners like the ILC and also WRF. And that has helped us engage at the regional level, both at in South Asia and Southeast Asia, and in the other regions as well, East and East Asia. So here, the slide that you see here is the status of the multi-stakeholder Ncff formation. So I think for the 3 countries that have presented, they were able to form a platform that includes FOs, CSOs, the government, FAO, and also IFAD. And here for Bangladesh, Cambodia, India, and Kyrgyzstan, as I have mentioned, there are movements, there are activities, there are actions, dialogues that have been held, but the formalization of the Ncff, having the multi-stakeholder sense is not yet in place. And for Japan, we've also received updates from our members that there were meetings held between CSOs and also government representatives, but the Ncff is mostly composed of CSOs and FOs. And for Laos, there are initiatives, and we hope that with the continuous support at the global and regional level, we can bring them also to here, to this side. And then leading to the formation of formulation of the National Action Plan. So I've already mentioned previously, but I want to emphasize that we see the partnership at the region as an informal mechanism for us to coordinate our efforts at the region to really provide support to the national level actors. And we've heard from Nepal that there are some things that need to be put in place, and I think there is an opportunity there to work with them. So as the regional and global organization, we can really provide support to the countries who are expressing some challenges, and we can work together with them. And at the national level, what we have seen is that for these 3 countries, there's a push from all sides. There is interest and enthusiasm. There is an appreciation of the value of the National Action Plan and the Ncff. So this is so far what we have seen in the countries who are in a more advanced stage. And also we have seen that the catalytic funding support that have been received by the farmers organizations and CSOs were instrumental to them getting involved in the process, to them engaging, convening conferences, forums. We have these in 2020, and WRF was able to provide catalytic funding to some of the FOs and CSOs even as early as 2014. And also we have seen that the availability of resources for knowledge fairs and policy forum that brings together all actors, including the government, was also instrumental to the formation of the platform Ncff and the formulation of the NAP. And we have seen this in the Philippines, that IFAD provided a yearly support to the CSOs, FOs to come together and consolidate their recommendations, their priorities, and gather case studies that can be presented during the policy dialogue. As for the challenges, we have already heard from the presenters the challenges, but I think for other countries, we have seen that the appreciation of the UNDFF mechanism is not as much as the other countries who implemented the actions. And of course, internal resources of the national level actors was a limiting factor, and also mentioned in Nepal that this is an issue as well, the identification of focal agency. And we have seen this also, we have heard this in other countries. And also, again, we have very limited resources to really support the CSOs and FOs to continuously convene and engage the government. So our recommendation, I think this is my last slide, is for us to sustain the regional informal multi-stakeholder mechanism to continuously provide the needed support as expressed by the national actors, and for us at the region and global to mobilize resources to cover more countries so we can really push for FOs and CSOs to engage. And another option is for us to support the CSO Ncff, and as a take-off points, as a starting point, so they engage with their governments. So yeah, these are the observations and experiences that we have gathered, and of course it's also first-hand experience because AFA has been involved in many of these processes. So that's the end of my presentation. Over to you, Pierre.
Thank you very much, Irish, for your intervention and for this very good synthesis highlighting farmer organization mobilization process across the region, but also the challenges faced and some recommendation to move forward. So moving on now, we are going to reach the last part of this second session, which will focus on rural communication services. So as we all know, communication is a key element to advance family farming in the Asia Pacific region, and to support countries and stakeholders across the region in promoting the Undff and raising awareness about the key issues and challenges faced by family farmers. FAO support the Condephasia initiative. So it is facilitated by the College of Development Communication, based in University of Los Baños in the Philippines, and it includes family farmer organizations such as SIWA and AFA, and communication entities like Digital Green and AMARC Asia. So first we will play a short video to present Condephasia and highlight how it works. So if you can play the video.
Sorry, just a few seconds.
Condephasia is a regional initiative that promotes communication for development, or ComDev, in the Asia-Pacific region. It seeks to build ComDev capacities and support rural communication policy and services. Condephasia supports the implementation of a regional participatory communication plan within the framework of the United Nations Decade of Family Farming. It encourages participatory communication and the local appropriation of information and communication technologies to advance family farming. The Condephasia initiative is promoted by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, or FAO. Family farmers in the Asia-Pacific are the backbone of food systems and biodiversity management and conservation. But they continue to face economic and social challenges due to emerging crises such as the COVID pandemic and climate change. To address these challenges, Condephasia is geared to support resilient families along 3 priority activities identified in the Undff communication framework. These include participatory communication, inclusive rural communication services and policies, and enhanced communication capacities of farmers and producers organizations. Condephasia includes a web platform, condephasia.org. The platform intends to be a dynamic and interactive community of practice that facilitates dialogue, strengthens collaboration, and advocates for the role of communication in agriculture and rural development. It is an interactive hub helping institutions and professionals in Asia Pacific to connect, share lessons learned, document impact, explore new partnership opportunities, or strengthen existing alliances. On the Comdev Asia web platform, users can learn about regional experiences and good practices on family farming, rural communication services, enhanced communication capacities, and activities or events of Comdev Asia. Get news and updates on what's going on in Comdev in Asia Pacific in times of COVID-19 and beyond. Access useful resources and multimedia materials to support local initiatives and communication campaigns, such as Undff. Submit and share stories on resilient family farming and related topics. And interact with other members of the community. Comdev Asia is governance based on a steering committee that includes communication entities and networks, academic institutions, family farmers organizations, and the UN. It partners with the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Development, World Association of Community Radio Broadcasters, Digital Green, Self-Employed Women's Association, UP Los Baños College of Development Communication, or UPLB-CDC, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO. Comdev Asia supports a network of communication practitioners from academia, government, non-government organizations, and regional or local community media, as well as a network of producers' organizations with designated focal points who will contribute content to the web platform. CDA is being facilitated by UPLB-CDC.
So after this short video that really highlight all the different features of the platform, I would like to call my colleague Mario Acunzo, the Comdev team leader in FAO headquarters, to present the results of the regional rural communication service process. So Mario, you have the floor, and kindly keep your presentation to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And please start with the PowerPoint if possible. So I would like just to introduce quickly a concept that has been mentioned today, the Rural Communication Service. This is a framework under which a Comdev Asia initiative is promoting communication at the center of the family farming initiatives. Next slide, please. We all know that communication is a part of, as a driver of the rural transformation, and is also included in the National Action Plan for Family Farming that refers to the need to give voice to family farmers to enhance their capacities in communication and also to promote national policies, communication policies linked to the family farming. So the Rural Communication Services concept includes a wide range of farmer-centered communication processes, activity, and media, including ICT applications, but also institutional arrangements to respond in a sustainable way to the communication needs of the rural population. So we know that there are several initiatives focusing mainly on technologies. We will here the idea is to focus more on people and the capacities and the needs, the communication needs, considering the communication as an asset for rural transformation and family farming. So these RCS concept and framework provides a framework, a tool for mainstreaming communication activities, projects, and services and to advance family farming. So the idea is that this framework allows governments, institutions, and family farmers organizations to then negotiate the best services that are needed for the rural population and the family farming people, to have access to really reliable and opportune information in their own languages, especially blending different type of media. We can go to the next slide, please. So, which are the main feature of this framework and these activities around the rural communication services? So we start with the people, understanding which are the needs to enhance local communication processes and capacity. So here we see a map of the different linkages and flows among farmers' organizations, local institutions, governments, to improve these flows. And based on that, just based on that, on these needs and these existing flows, identifying the technology. So we see on the left, this image, we need the convergence and integration, the blending between local media and the ICTs. And so we start with those media that are more relevant for the people. And at the end, what we want to achieve, fostering dialogue, mediation, and knowledge sharing. So the blending also of local knowledge and the technical knowledge that is needed. So these are the basic features to come up with inclusive rural communication service. We can move to the next slide. So let's say that the Global Action Plan of the Decade of Family Farming, as I mentioned earlier, refers to the need to three main actions. So giving voice to family farmers, enhance communication capacity, and institutionalize rural communication services as part of the family farming plans and national policies. So in order to do this, there have been a series of consultations, and just yesterday there was a regional forum organized by Condephasia focusing on rural communication services for family farming. And we would like to share with you the conclusions of this forum. This forum is part of a process you can see in the arrow here. So there has been the forums, the conclusions are now shared with you, and later this conclusion will also be shared at the International Forum on 11th of July, bringing also experiences from other continents, as well as in the Global Dialogue on Family Farming in September. So next slide, please. The main conclusion of the yesterday forum were that in order to promote the rural communication services for family farming, we have to map the availability of the access to and gaps in relation to communication services that support family farming. This has to be carried out through a participatory assessment in the context of the NAPs or in the context of family farming initiatives. Also, we need to integrate communication strategies as part of the National Action Plan for Family Farming, both in the countries that have already adopted, and so for a specific purpose of supporting the implementation of the National Action Plan, or in those that are in the process of establishing the National Action Plan. Also, it's very important to come up with the evidence collection on the role of rural communication services, starting with the experience of the family farmers organizations and rural institutions, such as extension services, advisory services, so to see which are the best way of setting up inclusive communication services to advance family farming. So based on this can lead to recommendations for adequate rural communication services. Essential part of this, of course, today is the digital literacy and capacity building activities, especially for the vulnerable communities, especially to equalize the gender gap that is very often happening in this case. So these communication services have to be co-designed, both in terms of the technology, but especially in terms of the flow that allows the content generation to be shared with the people and to be delivered by the people themselves. So an active role also by the farmers' organization in this. And for that, we need capacity building for agricultural extension workers, but also farmers' organization on how to deliver these new services that are very, very relevant. So Condephasia will follow up to this recommendation along three main lines of work: the participatory communication and awareness raising on the Undff process, on promotion of rural communication services as part of national action plans in family farming policy, but also with the capacity development program. And now I also give the floor to my colleagues from Condephasia, and they will explain it better. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mario, for this very important presentation. And as you mentioned, now we'll proceed with a short presentation of the Participatory Communication Plan and the upcoming Undff Regional Communication Campaign. So for this, I would like to call Dr. Maria Stella Tirol, Dean of the UPLB College of Development Communication in the Philippines and Comdev Asia Regional Facilitator. Dr. Tirol, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pierre. May we please project our PowerPoint? pleasant day to everyone. Condephasia is honored to join this regional dialogue on family farming in Asia and the Pacific. We will now share our participatory communication plan for 2022 and what we are doing in Condephasia. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, Condephasia has 3 lines of action for implementation. The first is on participatory communication and awareness. For information and knowledge sharing on Undff, we conduct several activities. We produce, update, and share content on Undff National Action Plans on the CDA platform that includes a website and social media. The content includes articles, fact sheets on Undff activities and national action plans, short videos and photographs from our network of family farming organizations and community media. We present Condephasia in the FAO Regional Conference and produce a monthly newsletter published on CDA activities and events. Condephasia supports this regional dialogue and the Global Forum on RCS in September 2022. To strengthen our Condephasia network, we engage local community media in disseminating Undff National Action Plans using various communication materials. Next slide, please. PCP Action 2 focuses on rural communication services. We provide technical support in communication for development to forest and farm facility projects in Vietnam and Nepal. We assist the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development in planning its communication strategy for its various projects. We assist in designing and implementing strategic communication for the national action plans in the Philippines, Nepal, and Indonesia. Another important activity is promoting RCS as part of the national policies and programs of people's organizations. Next slide, please. CDA's third line of action is capacity development on communication for development, or COMDEV. We use our community of practice on the Condephasia website to share knowledge on COMDEV and RCS. We support our network of family farming organizations' communication focal points through AFA, activate our list of communication practitioners, family farming organizations, and community media in Asia and the Pacific, facilitate webinars for sharing experiences via the community of practice, and develop a network of communication practitioners, family farming organizations, and rural institutions. Next slide, please. So how do we support the Undff Regional Awareness Campaign? We have several activities such as the virtual launching of RCS initiatives and community of practice via Zoom held in November 2021. The virtual web conference launching phase 2 of our regional awareness campaign for family farming in December 2021. The development of country fact sheets of SAARC, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Nepal, and the fact sheet on the progress of Undff in Asia Pacific. We map community radio stations in the coverage area of AFA to facilitate the broadcast of our radio content. We will produce a new radio campaign through AMARC Asia Pacific in consultation with our family farming organizations and people's organizations to promote family farming in Asia Pacific. Next slide, please. Okay, what are the next steps for Condephasia? For participatory communication and awareness, we will continue to support Undff regional awareness campaigns, the radio initiative to advance family farming, which we will hold in October, and produce and share content on family farming national action plans on the Condephasia platform. For Action 2 or Rural Communication Services, we will assist in designing and implementing the COMDEV strategies for the national action plans, family farming organizations, and FFF projects. We will continue mapping community media, ICT applications policies and programs on family farming, and share the results of our case studies, consultations, webinars, electronic fora, and COP on our Condephasia platform. For the last line of action on Undff capacity development, we will hold a series of virtual training workshops on participatory video, Undff planning via online, share our multimedia materials, and implement the community of practice for knowledge sharing and collaboration on RCS. Condephasia welcomes partners, and we invite all of you to visit our website at condephasia.org. We also invite you to register on July 11, 2022 to our Undff Forum on Inclusive Rural Communication Services for Family Farming. Just visit our website and we welcome you to register and join us in July 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tirol, for this intervention. We take good note of all the upcoming events and the communication campaign. So lastly, I would like to call Ms. Irish Dominado, Knowledge Management and Communication Officer at the Asia Farmer Association for Sustainable Rural Development, so that she can share the next step and activities through Condephasia. So Ms. Dominado, you have the floor.
To our development partners, representatives of farmers' organizations, colleagues, to everyone who are joining us in this regional dialogue on family farming in Asia and the Pacific. A pleasant day to all of you. I am Irish Dominado from the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Rural Development, or AFA. AFA is a steering committee member of the Condephasia. We have been part of this initiative since its very first campaign, and we are grateful for all the opportunities brought about by this partnership so far. We are happy to support and be part of this initiative that works to advance family farmers and rural development, as this complements the advocacies of AFA. At AFA, we want to communicate messages that resonate with us. We want to express in the national, regional, and global platforms that family farmers are not only victims, but also solution providers in the work toward achieving food security and the sustainable development goals, in adapting and mitigating climate change, in achieving sustainable, resilient, biodiverse food systems. We want to give voice to smallholder farmers so that they may express the challenges they face and also take part in the resolution. And initiatives such as Condephasia has been instrumental in this undertaking. It is vital to capacitate family farmers organizations in communication and in utilizing various media, as this empowers them to recognize important issues, find solutions, and take part in implementing these solutions. It also allows them to participate in dialogues with stakeholders, which can lead to concerted action to improve policies and programs for family farmers. Communication allows sharing of knowledge and information between farmers, research institutions, development partners, and other stakeholders. There are a lot of untapped knowledge and information gained from the experiences of family farmers, and with the support of development partners and programs such as Condephasia, we can package this into communication materials that are easily accessible to farmers, policymakers, and the public, so that they may understand the messages that we want to convey. Knowledge in communication can also increase access to development opportunities, thus ensuring inclusive access to rural communication services leads to diverse family farming policies and programs and to optimizing all the resources. We are looking forward to participating in future activities by the Condephasia that will further the knowledge and skills of our family farmers organizations in terms of communication. Traditional media such as community radio is still the best way to reach more people, particularly in rural areas. And we want to learn how to fully maximize this medium, particularly for sharing and exchanging information that are helpful to farmers. At the same time, we are also aiming to capacitate our farmers' organizations in effectively utilizing digital media, not only for information dissemination, but also for entrepreneurial activities so that they can further their livelihood. We welcome invitations for AFA members to share their experiences via learning sessions so that we may also hear and learn from the experiences of other organizations. We commit to continue this partnership with Condephasia by providing support in any way we can, including participating in capacity building workshops, learning exchanges, developing communication materials, and tapping our network to disseminate these materials. We'd also like to invite you to the Undff Global Forum on Inclusive Rural Communication Services for Family Farming happening on July 11. The discussion on this forum aims to showcase current trends, approaches, experiences, and lessons learned related to rural communication services for family farming and to define criteria, opportunities, and priorities for mainstreaming rural communication services in family farming, national action plans, policies, and programs, and agree on mechanisms to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing on rural communication services. Please go to condephasia.org for the registration link. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dominado, for your important intervention. So we are arriving at the end of this session, which has been very rich with a lot of information shared. Unfortunately, we are already running out of time. So in the interest of time, I think we are going to not take any question. But you are more than welcome to put question or comment in the chat box and we can address them later on. I would like to warmly thank all our speakers for this session because they provided a very good overview of some of the achievements of the first 3 years of the UNDFF, and all the presentation that we saw this morning will be shared later on with all the participants. So we are now going to move deeper in some technical discussion, and I will hand over the floor to my colleague, Mr. Daniel Ruiz de Garibay, who will moderate the next session. So Daniel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Thanks a lot for the very fruitful session that we just had. Now, as Pierre mentioned, we are going to move on to more technical discussions. We are starting with the contribution of family farmer organizations to sustainable and climate change resilient food system. And for that, we are going to hear from the folks themselves. The first session, we are going to hear from Pooja Moitra, Institute for Motivating Self-Employment, IMSE, India, who will be speaking about the role of small-scale fishers in Eastern India in climate change adaptation. So, Mrs. Pooja, the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you, Daniel. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes. Okay. So my presentation will be on the role of small-scale fishers in Eastern India in climate change adaptations. My name is Pooja Moitra and I am the Program Officer Research and Documentation at the Institute for Motivating Self-Employment, IMSE. Next slide, please. So IMSE was founded in 1974 and it is a voluntary social organization dedicated towards the livelihood promotion of small-scale farmers and fishers, women and youth. IMSE organizes several trainings, workshops, exposure visits, hand-holding support and awareness generation activities around the year. A major focus of IMSE goes towards the small-scale fisheries based along the eastern coastal belt of India. And IMSE has promoted and supported the formation of East Coast Fish Workers Union, ECFWU, which is a trade union of fishers, and has taken active part in developing IGSSF at national level and also at COFI, FAO, and IFAD. Next slide. So the small-scale fishers and fish workers are those who by origin or by occupation are directly involved in the production of fish and other fishery resources, fish processing, fish trade, and ancillary activities as their major source of livelihood. Next slide, please. Climate change now is no longer simply a potential threat. It is unavoidable, a consequence of hundreds of years of excessive greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel combustion in energy generation, transport, and industry, deforestation, and intensive agriculture. It is affecting fisheries across all the sectors: marine, aquaculture, coastal, brackish water, etc. There is an alarming change in the ecosystem, and as a result, the stocks are depleting. There is a change in fish catch. All of this is also influencing the fish prices, the cost of fish meal, fish oil, and other goods and services required by fishers and farmers. As a consequence, the livelihood of the fishermen are also in danger. Next slide, please. So in this diagram, I've tried to explain the actual effects of the climate change as the accumulation of greenhouse gases is trapping more of the heat that would normally escape from the earth and is leading to the overall increase in the global surface temperature. And the oceans are absorbing a lot of the CO2 and thereby leading to ocean acidification. There are warmer sea temperatures and altered rainfall. There are more intense cyclones, and all of this is affecting the whole ecosystem. Yeah, so this is a broad picture. Next slide, please. Yeah. So according to this, the climate change impacts are listed down here that result in the ocean currents, there's sea level rise, there's rainfall, uneven rainfall, river flows have increased, lake levels, thermal structure, the storm severity, storm frequency, salinity, there's increased acidification, there's temperature rise, and the effects are on the production ecology, fishing, aquaculture, and associated post-harvest operations. Communities and livelihoods are affected. The wider society and economy is also affected as a part of this. And all of this impacts on the species composition, production and yield, distribution, seasonality, diseases, coral bleaching, calcification, safety and security, efficiency and cost, infrastructure. All of this, the livelihood strategies, risk to life and death, health, displacement and conflict, adaptation and mitigation costs, and increasing market impacts, water allocation, floodplain and coastal deficiencies. Next slide, please. I don't know. So the potential impacts of climate change and fisheries and aquaculture are on the food availability, food access, food utilization, and food stability. The availability of aquatic foods will vary through changes in habitat, stocks, and species distributions. Changes will occur in the local, regional levels in inland, coastal, and marine systems due to the aquatic ecosystem shifts and impacts on aquaculture. Access to aquatic foods will be affected by changes in livelihoods and catching off cultural opportunities. Utilization of aquatic products and nutritional benefits produced will be impacted by changes in range and quality of supply, market chain disruptions, greater food safety issues, and reduced opportunities to consume preferred products. Stability of supply will be impacted by changes in seasonality, increased variance of ecosystem productivity, increased supply risks, and reduced supply predictability, issues that may have large impact on supply chain costs and retail prices. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in my next few slides, I have tried to jot down the activities taken up by Ncff to come forward and help the fishermen to adapt to the climate change. Ncff organizes a plethora of workshops as a part of capacity building of the local fishers organizations on using climate smart technologies and fishing gears. Trainings on disaster management and risk reduction are given alongside linking them with the disaster management fund at the village level so that they can also take part in the decision making. Ncff also organizes several campaigns on shore cleaning as a part of the awareness generation. Next slide, please. The livelihoods sustained by the fisheries and aquaculture activities are crucial in many coastal, riverine, insular, and inland regions. Ncff also hosts a number of training and workshops on value addition and market linkage. Training is given on processing of dried fish, packaging, and marketing. This has helped many rural fishers to gain sustainable livelihood. IMSA also organizes a plethora of trainings and campaigns on responsible fishing, awareness on climate change adaptation, to abolish the wrong practices and stop water pollution. The fishers are encouraged to diversify the fish catch to reduce the pressure on any particular species. A change in the fishing grounds, both vertically and horizontally, also increases the duration of fishing. Knowledge base for climate change. IMSA arranges a number of workshops to increase awareness on the perils of climate change on fisheries at the village level, inviting the government officials and academics. Several government interfaces are organized for IGSSF promotion and implementation. The organization is building capacity of the local fishers organizations to develop a mechanism that would aid in accessing the implementation of IGSSF, which is also endorsed by the Government of India at the ground level. Next slide, please. They are also encouraged, the fishermen are also encouraged to access the use of wireless communications to improve fishing efficiencies, emergency responses, and shore arrangements for preservation, transport, and trading. They are advised to adopt sustainable fishing practices and are linked with various government institutions and institutions for access to entitlements. And lastly, I would like to mention about the migrant laborers who are mostly victimized as an effect of the various changes in the weather conditions like flood, drought, etc. In the fisheries policies of each state, the migrant invisible, which aggravates their vulnerability to the harsh working conditions and to climate change. IMSA stood by them when they lost their jobs and were unable to return to their hometowns during lockdowns. Rigorous relief activities and food distributions were carried out throughout the COVID extreme lockdown periods. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Puya, for this lively presentation where you highlight the potential threat of climate change and how your organization has been adapting. Now we are going to move to another region. We are still discussing the role of FOs in adapting to climate change. We are going to hear from PFON, the Pacific Farmer Association. We are going to hear from Mr. Kyle, who this morning is joining us from Hawaii. Hello, good morning, and the floor is yours, Kyle. Kyle, I think you are muted.
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually joining from Nandi, Fiji. And I apologize for the internet connection when my colleague Angela was making her presentation. So we're praying that the internet will hold up well here in Fiji. So I just want to share just a little bit about this area of climate change, which is so important. We start first with a little bit of the evidence base. So in our region, we have a technical organization called SPC, and SPC is our regional body. Then they have pulled together a very comprehensive guide on what is the impact of climate change, likely impact of climate change on agriculture and food security in the Pacific. And there's a couple of big messages here that I want to just share. One is that the severity of impact will continue to increase over time. And the big area is extreme weather events. But something very important here is also that the significant threat posed by climate change on global staple or grains, especially, and therefore the impact that this will have on our imported food. So in the Pacific, we import a lot of grains, particularly rice and wheat. And this analysis, this book, tells us that this will be a significant impact from climate change. We also learned that our staple crops are likely to be more resilient than some of the other imported crops, and that strengthening production and processing of these staples will be a key element. So we have this this great resource base. And overall, what we hear, what we read is that agriculture has to be climate and environmentally and economically smart now and for the future. And actually, there's no other option for sustainable livelihoods in the Pacific. So I can't stress enough the importance of climate change on food systems in the Pacific. And this is why under the UN Decade of Family Farming, we've chosen to highlight this as the most pressing issue facing family farmers in our region. So what do we see for farm organizations? Where do we play a role? We see that climate change is going to impact agriculture by amplifying existing threats. So we already have climate extremes, but what climate change is going to do, it's going to amplify them in undefinable ways. And the problem with our current approach to climate change is that we ignore the current threat and we spend more time thinking about the ill-defined climate change issues. But what we have taken on as a strategy is that if we can enable farmers to adapt to the climate extremes in the short and medium term, then future generations of farmers will be better placed to adapt to climate change. Therefore, the pragmatic approach is to improve our capacity to address existing threats while we continue to address the knowledge gaps and identify future threats. So farm organizations, how important is this? And I want to focus primarily on research and extension and the role that farm organizations play here. Again, our peak regional body, SPC, helped us to produce these policy briefs. What is the role of farm organizations in agriculture research? And what we see as a high-level conclusion is that a partnership between agriculture ministries, public sector, and farmer organization will increase the depth and the quality of agricultural research, as well as see more comprehensive and widespread adoptions of the results. So there's a number of good examples, evidence-based, about why farmer organizations are critical to agriculture research. And again, when we come to agriculture extension, these policy briefs, they stress that farmer organizations can effectively and efficiently complement the work of government and aid agencies by extending the outreach of support to farmers. And so we see that essentially there is a no-regret strategy for governments, for research organizations, for development partners, which is to work with farmer organizations. And we have some great examples which I want to share with you. One of them is a farmer organization leading the papaya industry here in Fiji. And what we've seen is that the exports of this industry have gone up and down and up and down. And in all of these cases, the reason that these industry has gone up and down is because of climate extremes, because of cyclones, because of floods, because of droughts. And so what can a farmer organization do? They own the technology, their members are growing, and their exporter members are exporting. And in this case, we have a great example of how the farmer organization can bring together the industry with the researchers, the exporters, the farmers, through these innovation cluster on a quarterly basis to identify who will do what. And they have come up with just some examples of what we can do now. So their immediate response is they're spreading out their production area. They're calculating natural disasters into crop budgets. So better planning, not just being responsive, but being proactive, reducing the scale of planting. Normally we would plant 10 acres per block, instead planting smaller, 1 acre, 2 acres. And then again, our seed, having control over our seed and longer term development over a scheme that allows us to be more climate resilient with our varieties. And then exploring the knowledge gap. So a number of research around what happens pre and post cyclone. So again, these are examples of farm organizations engaged in research and extension for climate change adaptation. And our own program is around breadfruit and seeds. And breadfruit is critical because PIFON identifies enhancing domestic food production and utilizing farm organizations as the key policy response to addressing these challenges of climate change and food security. So again, enhancing domestic food production and utilizing farm organization. This is a key policy response to addressing these challenges of climate change and food security. So we've been working on across a number of areas in the seed to make sure that our farmers have access to the best quality seeds that are suited to our agroecological conditions. We've been facilitating through our partners in AFA linkages with Taiwan, other NGOs and universities, making sure that our small islands get access to the best hybrid and open pollinated seeds that are adapted to the warmer, wetter conditions that we're seeing. We're helping our farm organizations to upgrade their seed production, processing, and storage. We're helping them around packaging so that the open pollinated seed that's coming in can be stored for longer periods of time. Sharing, learning exchanges, traditional and then new strategies for producing high quality open pollinated seeds. And then finally, is around our breadfruit, which is our staple crop that has been being championed as the climate resilient crop of the future for its ability to produce a starch from a tree and very resilient to extreme weather conditions. So we've been doing a lot of work on genetic diversity, on cottage industry processing, again, learning exchanges, bringing our islands together, Tonga and Fiji, Samoa and Vanuatu, learning from each other. How can we keep farmers at the core of our research, get the farmers as the trainers and the innovators, and then joining together around the global breadfruit movement. And there's another event happening in October in Hawaii, the next Global Breadfruit Summit. We've been having roundtable events, making sure that this important underutilized climate crop is getting the appropriate spotlight. So again, this is what we can do as family farming organizations, is we can identify the priority, the need, access the research and innovations, and then use our networks to be able to support our farmers to adapt to these climate change. So my final slide, my conclusion, is that farm organizations are critical partners to help extend the reach of government and aid agencies to support Pacific Island farmers to adapt to climate change. And this is a message that we're taking forward through the UN Decade of Family Farming, using the great work of our members so that we can grab the attention of policymakers in our region and in the Asia Pacific and even globally, to say that climate change is real. It is the biggest threat facing family farmers in the Pacific, and farm organizations are part of the solution. And we hope that this policy messages will continue to resonate, and we can continue to provide resources to help our farm organizations adapt to climate change. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kyle. Thanks for all the evidence and all the positive examples that you presented on the important role that family farming organizations do in the Pacific to adapt to climate change. Thanks a lot. We are moving now to another area. We're moving to Indonesia. We are going to hear from Mr. Muhammad Nur, chairperson of Komunitas Sabina Pedesaan Salasi, KSPS, or the Self-Reliant Rural Communities Indonesia organization. Mr. Muhammad Nur, The floor is yours. Please try to keep to 10 minutes your presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Muhammad Nur dari komunitas Swabina Pedesaan Salasae. Kegiatan saya sehari-hari adalah bertani. Desa Salasae adalah desa pertanian di Kabupaten Bulukumba, Sulsel, Indonesia, dengan penduduk sekitar 4.000 jiwa. Input pertanian kimia yang pertama kali diperkenalkan ke Salasae pada tahun 1970-an memiliki dampak yang luar biasa pada kehidupan masyarakat. Lahan pertanian perlahan menjadi kurus dan sakit. Perekonomian pedesaan berantakan. Hal ini membuat mayoritas penduduk Salasae merantau menjadi buruh migran di Malaysia. Kemudian tahun 2011, sebagian mantan buruh migran ini merefleksikan kehidupan pribadi, masyarakat, dan pertanian di desa Salasae. Kesimpulannya, Salasae membutuhkan organisasi tani sebagai wadah menyelesaikan berbagai persoalan di desa. Akhirnya berdirilah KSPS. Konsep pertanian alami dipilih menjadi payung gerakan KSPS karena konsep yang diadopsi dari Bina Desa sangat sesuai dengan kondisi yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat desa saat itu. Bagi KSPS, pertanian alami adalah sistem pertanian yang hendak memastikan bahwa kehidupan pertanian harus akrab dengan ilmu pengetahuan, memastikan masyarakat tani dapat belajar bersama, mengembangkan sumber dayanya, kearifan dan kebijaksanaannya terhadap lingkungan hidup, baik kepentingan hari ini maupun di masa yang akan datang. Pemahaman pertanian alami yang dikembangkan di KSPS tidak semata sebagai persoalan teknis pertanian, tidak sekedar menghapus pupuk kimia dan racun yang digantikan dengan pupuk buatan sendiri, tetapi mengembalikan kehidupan pertanian di pedesaan sesuai budaya leluhur kami. Perubahan iklim pada awalnya tidak menjadi isu utama di KSPS. Meskipun kami merasa ada perubahan iklim yang signifikan di Salasae, tapi kami tidak terlalu memahaminya dan lebih fokus untuk beralih dari sistem pertanian konvensional ke pertanian alami. Kepedulian terhadap perubahan iklim tumbuh setelah kami memperdalam pengetahuan dari diskusi dengan berbagai pihak. Dampak perubahan iklim kami rasakan di Salasae pada tahun 2015, kemarau panjang yang selama 9 bulan, sehingga gagal tanam, gagal panen, dan akhirnya penurunan produksi. Kejadian itu memperlihatkan kepada kami bahwa adaptasi dan mitigasi perubahan iklim tidak hanya tentang memulihkan fungsi lingkungan, tetapi juga memperkuat aspek sosial, ekonomi, sosial budaya di pertanian, singkatnya membawa kembali kultur ke agrikultur. Selama COVID-19, kami tetap fokus terhadap isu sistem pangan berkelanjutan dan tahan iklim. meskipun batasan tertentu. Pada tahun 2019, kami membuka sekolah informal yang kami sebut sekolah pagi, sekolah pertanian alami dan kampung iklim. Kami melibatkan para pemuda, baik di desa maupun di luar desa. Hingga saat ini, ada 4.000 orang dari berbagai daerah telah mengunjungi Salasai mendapatkan pemahaman yang lebih dalam tentang pertanian alami, desa iklim, dan pengembangan organisasi petani. Inisiatif ini merupakan pengembangan setelah mendapatkan proklim utama di 2017 dan proklim Lestari itu di 2019 atas kontribusi KSPS pada penciptaan daerah yang tahan perubahan iklim. KSPS juga fokus dalam mendorong diversifikasi pendapatan petani untuk mengurangi dampak perubahan iklim. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, selain produksi dan pemasaran tanaman pangan, kami juga mendorong pengembangan produksi tanaman hias dan penanaman pohon produktif di kebun masyarakat dan di daerah pinggiran sungai. Penanaman ini selain berfungsi meningkatkan tutupan vegetasi pelestarian wilayah sungai, juga dapat berfungsi sebagai pendapatan bagi petani. Dalam 2 tahun terakhir, masyarakat Salasai mendapatkan penghasilan tambahan sekitar 500 juta atau 32.000 euro di tanaman hias dan 5 juta rupiah per bulan per hektar atau 320 euro per hektar per bulan dari pohon karet dan pohon buah lainnya. Kami juga mengembangkan sistem integrasi tanaman di persawahan, ternak, dan perikanan. Hal ini dilakukan untuk mendukung penguatan produksi input lokal, selain juga meningkatkan diversifikasi sumber pendapatan melawan perubahan iklim. Dalam 2 tahun terakhir, KSPS juga melakukan pengembangan kawasan khusus. Ada 3 pengembangan kawasan, yaitu kawasan Salebu, Kantang, dan Positananya, berfungsi sebagai wilayah produksi dan kawasan wisata, edukasi tentang pertanian alami dan perubahan iklim yang terintegrasi. Pelajaran yang dapat diambil dari pengalaman kami, 1, dunia harus meninggalkan sistem pertanian konvensional yang penuh dengan bahaya bagi kesehatan masyarakat, perekonomian, dan keberlanjutan fungsi lahan pertanian, serta penyumbang besar perubahan iklim yang seringkali dituding pada sektor pertanian. Organisasi keluarga tani harus tumbuh menjadi wadah bersama untuk belajar, memastikan ilmu pengetahuan mewarnai kehidupan pertanian dan pedesaan. Perubahan kesadaran masyarakat tidak bisa berubah dalam sekejap. Dia butuh proses diskusi dan refleksi yang berkesinambungan. Pembangunan berbasis wilayah sangat penting karena aksi adaptasi mitigasi perubahan iklim merupakan aksi terpadu yang tidak dapat dipisahkan dari landscape wilayah yang terkena dampak perubahan iklim. Yang bisa direplikasi menempatkan pendidikan sebagai dasar bertani dan berorganisasi, menjadikan organisasi yang kuat dengan berbagai fungsi, tempat belajar atau berbagi ilmu, tempat membuka peluang ekonomi dan tempat kerjasama lainnya. Terakhir, sistem pangan berkelanjutan dan iklim telah menjadi isu krusial saat ini. Bagi kami, masyarakat yang kuat dan terorganisir merupakan faktor penting sekaligus kunci utama yang harus mendapatkan perhatian dari semua pihak agar kehidupan menjadi lebih manusiawi dan berkelanjutan di masa depan. Karena itu, kami menyerukan kepada seluruh mitra pembangunan dan pemerintah untuk mendukung keluarga tani dalam membangun organisasinya melalui pendidikan dan pengorganisasian berbasis budaya lokal, sehingga mereka dapat berkelanjutan dan berdiri kokoh dengan aksi lokalnya sendiri. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Nur, terima kasih. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the lessons and experiences that you share from Indonesia. Now, colleagues and friends, we are going to move to an open forum. We have 10 minutes. We're running a little bit tight on time, so we have 10 minutes. This is an open forum, but I have shared with you in the chat some of the questions, the issues that we can discuss in this open forum. What are the lessons learned from recovery plan in the post-COVID scenario? How can we harness the post-COVID recovery plan with the implementation of the Undff, always keeping in mind that we need to keep family farmers and family farmer organizations at the driving seat. Okay, so I welcome anyone who would like to address these points. You can either type on the chat, or if you want to speak, you can perhaps put your hand up, raise your hand, and I will give you the floor, all right? We don't have anyone? Oh, yes. Okay, Pan Sepap. Floor is yours, please.
Yeah, afternoon and good morning and good afternoon. I'm Supir from Cambodia, FNN and Cambodia. So we are member of AFA, LVC, ILC, and AZT. Thank you. Just quick, and then also thank you to our last presenter, Pak Noor. That is very interesting for us as a small-scale farmers organization. Learning from what you just mentioned, that very important for the education and for the practices with the strong organization or structural organization. I think that is a foundation for how family farming should be united, should be get organized. So it's a strong movement the grassroots level. However, we also learn from our presentation, the presentation of our representative from various organizations and institutions, that at the bigger or higher level of the policy advocacy, formation or establish the national farming, family farming. So, so far we would like to congratulate our some of our countries' colleagues like Philippines, Indonesia, and others that already set up the Ncff. So in Cambodia, as specifically, I think we are going, or we are learning from our colleague, and also we would like to see a immediate result. How can we established the NCFF. So far, experience is that at the regional or international level is mostly very broadly we can see very access to, but at the national level so far we still have very limited. So especially how can we get involved all the stakeholders into this? How all stakeholders are interested to establish the NCFF.
Thank you.
It's not a question, but I suggest for if anyone have a good idea how to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your experience and putting that question out there for everyone to share. How can you gather the interest of all the stakeholders in Cambodia? Let's hear now from Masood from Bangladesh.
Yeah, thank you very much for this nice webinar. First of all, in Bangladesh, once upon a time, whole agriculture in Bangladesh was family farming actually. But now that the children from the families, farming families, doesn't want to be a farmer. So it became a big challenges because of all the agriculture are occupied by corporate and some extent international corporates and domestic corporates. So even in our country, government and if you see our national budget, in our national budget, agriculture is also neglected here. Because of industrial sector is become more bigger in Bangladesh. So at the same time, FAO and other global organizations are very much interested to work with corporate and others people. So I found there is a big conflict actually because of in some extent we want to promote family farming. At the same time, global organizations are also investing, promoting corporate agriculture. So how to minimize this conflict in this global policies? Thank you.
Thank you, Masood. Let's pass now to Adit, and later we will perhaps hear from anyone that would like to address the points that have been shared to all of us.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm Adit from Field Indonesia. Field Indonesia, member of National Committee of Family Farming. We have 14 organizations of national farming. I want to I have a question for all speaker or resource persons. I want to know the number of family farming and of family farming. How can to know about that? For example, from the government of Indonesia mentioned that the Indonesia have 30 million family farming, but we have to know the quality of family farming in Indonesia. And then I want to know how much the number of not family farming or corporate farming or farming by corporation. I mean, That's the first question. Maybe we can, if we know that number, we can measure the progress every year based on National Action Plan or blah 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 blah, the action, the plan, the action, and then what we listen from Pak M. Nur from the last presentation, that is important thing. What they action their communities to building awareness, and yeah, I have a second question. Awareness building at the communities, at the farmers family is if the policy is not connected. For example, in Indonesia, subsidize of fertilizer, for example, is going to farmers. The subsidize not receive to the farmer initiative. Farmers using local input, the effort to create, to build their landscape, resilience, and yeah, that is not pay attention from the government, from the policy. So that's the second point. Yeah.
Thank you.
How
Thank you.
to yeah, that is to and the third question is yeah, I interesting about multi-stakeholder. I want to know what is the definition of private part. Yeah, private is different interesting. So how to policy to protect the I don't want to misunderstanding. We have to critic about the all of the part. You know, vulnerable parts is farmers. Vulnerable parts is farmers. Yeah, that's it. That's the point. Yeah, maybe just say. Sorry, my English is not fluent. Okay, thank you.
It's okay. We understand. Yeah. Thanks a lot for the suggestions that you're giving for better policies. The idea of identifying well the partners, the idea of having a good awareness building campaigns, and also very important the issue of census and having a good register of how many family farmers we have in the different countries. Something that is certainly very important to make good policies. All right, so we are reaching the end of our time, and we are now arriving to lunchtime, which I'm sure all of you are already hungry. But please pay attention to the chat. There are some very interesting comments in the chat that you can address. You can also address the issues that were raised by Adit, by Banur, and by the rest. And you can perhaps have some discussion in the chat. But first, have lunch, please. And I'll pass now the floor to Pierre, who will explain how are we going to proceed for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you very much, Daniel. I wish we would have more time, because I can see in the chat box that there are other comments and questions. I mean, we strongly encourage you to use the chat box to add also all your questions, so that actually we can come back to you later on. I also wanted to mention that all the presentation that you saw this morning will be shared later on with all the participants. So now we are going to take a 40-minute lunch break. And so we will resume at 1:45 Bangkok time with the session 4. Okay, so I hope to see you again in 40 minutes, because we still have 2 technical sessions plus the final session, which will be really about recommendation on how to move forward with the Undff in the years to come. So it's very important. So looking forward to see you after the lunch break, and as we say in France, bon appétit. See you at 1:45.
Okay, see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, Daniel. Can you hear me well?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, Anna. Welcome to the dialogue. We're going to resume soon.
Good morning to you.
See that people are coming back.
Oh, 8:40 in a row.
So we give a few more minutes and we're going to start the next technical session on youth, fostering youth engagement in agriculture. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a short but nice lunch break. Now it's time to resume our dialogue, and for starting the afternoon, we have a technical discussion on fostering the inclusion of rural youth in relation with the Pillar 2 of the Global Action Plan for the Undff. So to moderate this session, I have the great pleasure to invite Miss Anna Kozinski, our colleague from FAO headquarters from the family farming team. So Anna, over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much, Pierre. And it's a real pleasure to be with you this afternoon or this morning for me. Greetings from Rome. My name is Anna Korzensky. I am a family farming officer in FAO Rome. and I will be moderating this important coming technical discussion about fostering the inclusion of rural youth. Indeed, it's a very important topic, and I'm really grateful to see that the regional dialogue in RAP has dedicated specific attention to this topic. Before giving the floor to our speaker, allow me to introduce this issue a little bit. Well, we all know that the future of food and agriculture relies in the hands of the next generation of family farmers. It is in the hand of young farmers. So if we desire viable and sustainable agri-food systems, we need to ensure generational turnover. We must retain young people on the farms and in our rural community. We often hear the statements, however, that young people do not aspire to farm. And well, I want to ask you, is this really true? Is it really true that young farmers do not want to farm, or they are simply facing so many problems and so many challenges that they are just simply unable to farm? In my research and experiences, I have seen that for many young people, farming is in fact associated with a sense of freedom, with a path towards an independent, healthy life, or simply it is linked with the desire to continue the activities that their parents, grandparents, and ancestors did by farming. And it's a desire to continue the family tradition. This desire, however, and we see it very often, and we hear it from the young farmers, are challenged. No, these rural youth lack meaningful work and adequate livelihood opportunities very often because the current circumstances, including the current crisis, are challenging them. Well, therefore, policy actions across the urban and rural continuum needs to ensure viable and dignified life for the next generation of family farmers too. Their access to natural and productive resources, knowledge, education, and we need to support them, and these public policies need to support young people to set up and realize their own or their collective farming activities. These public policies and such public policies are promoted in the framework of the UN Decade of Family Farming. As you know very well, in the Global Action Plan of the United Nations Decade of Family Farming, we have a specific pillar that is devoted to young farmers and the generational turnover of family farming. Pillar number 2 is a transversal pillar because we would like to emphasize that this issue of young farmers and youth and generational turnover is an issue that is transversal and it cuts across many diverse problems. The decade approaches this topic, which is very important, I think. The decade approaches young farmers from a relational perspective, because in fact, in this context, we would like to emphasize that young farmers have to have a sustainable and balanced relation with older farmers who own the knowledge and the experience that they have collected related to family farming on their own location. The intergenerational knowledge exchange is another very important aspect that this decade emphasizes. So in fact, in the UN Decade of Family Farming, we call to develop context-specific, youth-targeted and youth-adapted responses and public policies at global, regional, and national levels as well. We need to recognize, and it is important to recognize, when public policies and various initiatives protect and strengthen young people's engagement in family farming, they will automatically bring transitions towards sustainable food systems. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was from my side. And now I have the pleasure to turn to our speakers. In this session, in this technical session on fostering the inclusion of rural youth, we will touch on 3 very interesting aspects of generational turnover. the policy aspect, the capacity building aspect, and about employability. In order to start now, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Yumer Marcaida from the Philippines, from Pakisama, who will tell us about the aspect of public policies for family farming. And I see that in fact it's not Yumer, but Melissa Alamo. Sorry, my agenda was not the updated one. Welcome, Melissa. It's really a pleasure to meet you again. And over to you. You have 7 minutes.
All right. Hello. Do you hear me clearly? Hello.
Yes, I hear you well.
Okay, so I'm requesting to share my presentation. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Melissa Alamo from Pakisama, a national confederation, a family farmer organization here in the Philippines. So it's our honor to share our experience in the fostering inclusion of rural youth. Next slide, please. So first, next slide. First, let's have a quick overview of what is the national situation of the rural youth in the Philippines. So these are just fast statistics. So there are 2.8 million youth engaged in agriculture based on the 2012 census in agriculture. So we'll never know up to now how many are them. So there's really need for really focused research on the situation of rural youth. So the poverty incidence among the youth was at 14.7% according to the data of the Philippine Statistics Office in 2018. And the average age of Filipino farmers here in the Philippines is 57 to 59 years old, tilling an average farm size of 2.5 hectares of land. You see, in these statistics, in this data, our farmers are already aging, yet there's dwindling number of youth engaged in agriculture. It's really a crisis and a major threat to our country's food security. Next slide, please. So why agriculture is no longer attractive to the youth? So based on the research presentation through the researcher of Fieldra and Asiadra last year, we conducted a virtual research presentation on the situating the youth in agriculture. So they categorized the 3 main issues and challenges that hamper the participation of youth in agriculture. The social, so it means that there's really a widespread perception that there is no money in farming, and farming is largely associated with poverty. And again, Another category is the financial aspect, the lack of access to capital and credit, to spearhead any economic activities, to venture in other agricultural activities. And the last one is the production part, the lack of services to land and other productive resources and other farming technologies. Next slide, please. As a response to this urgent crisis of dwindling youth in agriculture, so Pakisama, with the support of our development partners, particularly the Asian Farmers Association, through their Young Farmers Agenda and with the support of grant facilities, the Forest and Farm Facility, we conducted in 2019 the Pakisama Youth Leadership Training and Action Planning. So it's really a week-long consultation with the 15 key leaders, key young farmer leaders in Pakisama to strengthen their capacities to enhance their capacity and leadership, technical skills on farm planning and budgeting, and of course to draft national action plan. What will be the direction of the young farmers in Pakisama with the support of our development partners? Next slide, please. And through that, one of the significant milestone or impact of that leadership training is the formal recognition of Pamanaka. So Pamanaka is the pambansang samahan ng mga nagkakaisang kabataang magsasaka. It's a national federation of young farmers organization within Pakisama. So this is the official Young Farmers Arm of Pakisama. So as of now, we have 17 Young Farmers Committee in place with a 75-member organization of Pakisama. Next slide, please. So Pamanaka formulated our 3-year strategic plan anchored on our organic strategies. So organizing our resilient and adaptive approaches, advocacy and lobbying, resource and fund generation. So we really envision an empowered, sustainable, and resilient Filipino young farmers generation. And how we will get there through the goals, through the series of consultation with our young farmers to really organize, capacitate, and sustain young farmers organization, mainstream the IDOPS or the integrated diversified organic farming system, engage and participate in the local and national policy and decision-making processes, and to mobilize resources to sustain the programs and services of our young farmers. Next slide, please. As we sustain the participation and engagement of our youth in Pakisama, in Pamanaka, through the support also of AFA and the FFF, the Forest and Farm Facility, they open up another opportunity to strengthen the business capacity of our young farmers. So the support for agri-enterprise initiative of our young farmers to provide access to business, marketing, and financial services. So we implemented that last year during the onset of COVID-19 pandemic. So it's really a good opportunity for the young farmers to venture into the economic activities, considering the limitations and challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, so we supported 11 young farmer organizations to start up, to provide startup capital, to cultivate their land, raise livestock, and manage small agribusinesses. So it involved 138 young farmers, 81 females, and 57 males. Next slide, please. So I will just share some of the testimonials, what are the impact of that project on the part of the young farmers. So I won't read the entire narrative of the young farmers, just simply that kind of economic activity, having the National Federation of the Young Farmers provided an opportunity to increase income, to provide or spearhead economic activity led and managed by the youth. And the next part, it continued capacitating the youth on organic and sustainable farming through the technology of Pakisama on IDOPS. Next slide, please. Another important contribution of that project is that community self-sufficiency, community food security. So they don't need to buy, to go to far places to buy other agri-products. So they can cultivate and consume that kind of resources in their community. And another part is the diversification of their farm. Venture on rice, fruit trees, high value crops, and others. Next slide, please. And the most critical and the most important role of our young farmers, since we have the ongoing pressing challenges faced by our youth, we need really a supportive policy. So here in the Philippines, there's no policy dedicated to address the ongoing needs and challenges of our young farmers. That's why since 2014, Pakisama have been advocating for the passage of the Magna Carta of Young Farmers. So this proposed legislation intends to recognize the strategic role of our young farmers and for them to provide a sense of pride of youth in agriculture, and to establish the National Young Farmers Roadmap which contain vital information on food security, registry of young farmers, viable food security systems, and the index of available program of young farmers. So this proposed legislation is really the one needed by the young farmers, because it contains the full value chain support that the young farmers need in order to stay and venture in agriculture, from access to land, access to information, access to education, access to digital platforms, digital technologies, information. So we've been advocating since 2014, but due also to the pandemic and also shifting priorities also of the government, and of course the weak force behind in pushing for the Magna Carta of Young Farmers. But we still have significant impact as the young farmers of Pakisama, with the support of our development partners. We have the processes and key strategies. We've been invited in the congressional hearings, submitted our position papers based from the consultation with our young farmers. We have also formulated the RAI advocacy group. So with the support also of FieldRA and AsiaDRA through the responsible agricultural investment. So Magna Carta is one of the priorities of the young farmers. And we have also the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement with the government, with the academe, and with the other FOCSOs and development partners. So we have significant results. We have already formulated policy paper based on the in-depth consultation with the young farmers. So, and a series of consultation until now. Next slide, please. So after almost 3 years, so last March 29, so we held our whole day face-to-face orientation with the support of FieldRA and AsiaDRA through the RAI project. We have the consultation of strengthening the capacities of youth and women and youth and responsible agricultural investment. So we have really discussed what are our ways forward as we go into the new administration in the Philippines, how we identify political champions, potential allies, and networks to really push for a stronger legislation and advocacy campaigns for the passage of the Magna Carta of Young Farmers. Next slide, please. Major lessons learned here, if I'm not on my time now. So fostering inclusion of youth means youth are actively engaged in the overall planning and implementation of programs, projects, and support services. And it started in the organizational, community, and national level. Youth should be included in the governance of the farmers, FOCSO cooperatives to really push the agenda of our young farmers, and the continued need for the capacity development activities, the application, the monitoring, the evaluation, and the platform for the eco-learning, sharing of experiences, and the need to work together to provide both on the advocacy, continuously working on the passage of the Magna Carta of the young farmers, and economic, pushing for the economic activities to start up their business enterprise, and utilize available platforms to continuously advocate for the situation of our young farmers at what are the needed intervention for engagement with other stakeholders. And to scale up, what are the strategies? Our strategies, what needs to be improved, and what works best, and what's need to be improved. So based from the game-changing solutions of AFA, from the young farmers agenda, the constituency building, the continued capacity building, capacity development, and the advocacy and awareness raising. We need some innovations. What are the things, what are the certain campaigns that will capture the interest of our young farmers? So AFA launched the Young Farmers Open Letter Contest, the DAN contest. So that's really kind of innovation, engaging our youth. And the last part, recommendation. So I will just read through this. So strengthen our young farmers organization in our country through continued community organizing efforts. So right now we're still in the pandemic, so we really need to rethink our community organizing strategies. Number 2 is to capacitate and hone the skills of our young farmers, first on the organizational development, core values, good governance and management, and the skills and knowledge and farming on organic farming, climate smart agriculture, digital farming, and transfer of knowledge. And the skills to generate resources, so it's really a limitation in our pamanaka, because we have limited budget, we have limited resources to really sustain our economic and advocacy activities. And continued collaboration, the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement with the government, FOCSO, IGO, and other development partners. And of course, the inclusion of youth in governance and decision-making. And of course, lastly, it's really an important lesson for all of us is to synergize our efforts. So we have many ongoing initiatives. We have our foundation, the UN Decade of Family Farming, focusing on the pillar 2, the generational sustainability. And also we have other initiatives like the Farmers and Fishers Agenda Consultations, national and regional, the Independent and National Regional Dialogues, the Food System Summit, the UN Decade of Family Farming, and the Responsible Agricultural Investment. So we need to find common points, synergy points on how to really provide a concrete direction on the advocacy, on the passage of Magna Carta, at the same time to really engage our youth in agriculture. So thank you, and thank you for listening. And on behalf of Pakisama Young Farmers, our sincere gratitude for sharing our experiences in Pakisama Pamanaka. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa, for this really comprehensive and super interesting presentation. Congratulations for all of your work. Let me highlight 2 points of what you have been saying. My attention was indeed attracted by the fact when you explained about the challenges that young farmers see, all these issues that relate to social inclusion, the social recognition of young farmers in the society, the financial burdens, why we don't have appropriate credit systems for young farmers to enter into agriculture, for example, and also in relation to production. Why is it still the agricultural policies, why do they still develop and continue developing policies or instruments which promote another type of agricultural business model than the family farming model? So there are there are a lot of challenges that young farmers see, but as my second point, it is fantastic to see that in the Philippines, many young farmers are indeed engaged, and with the help of the organizational support by Pakisama, they are empowered. So congratulations for all this work, and I really hope also FAO can support the approval of the Magna Carta in a very short period of time. Let's hope. Thank you very much again. And now let me pass to our next speaker from Nepal. We will hear an experience from Nepal about the capacity building of young farmers. And our speaker is Chandra Loktam. I hope she's here with us. Yes, she's here with us, Pierre is telling me. Hi, Chandra. Good to meet you. Hi. You have the floor, please, for 7 minutes.
Namaste from Nepal to everyone. Today, I'm here to share our experience regarding the young farmer. So, the main issues that affect the rural youth in Nepal. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer to provide us the opportunity to share our experience regarding our youth, young farmers. So, next slide, please. So, we have major issues regarding the youth is they are like lack of capital for entrepreneurship to adopt advanced technology. They have a difficulty to access the land because of the social cultural practices of Nepal. Because we have the culture that head of the family, they own the ownership of the land. So youth are facing the problem on the ownership of the land. So another issue is the trend of foreign employment among the rural youth, because every day around 5,000 Nepalese young youth people, they go to overseas for the employment. So this is the main issues of Nepal. And substantial farming in small scale, because they are doing farming for their own purpose. Only their surplus food, surplus crops they sold in the market. So they are still in substantial farming. There is a lack of professional farming. So there is a less interest in agriculture among the youth because agriculture is not so attractive and they are not the primary sector of young people in Nepal. So another problem issue is the main issue is the marketing problem. Some young farmer they are doing the professional farming. They are professional farmer, but they have the marketing, they have problem in their marketing. So next one is the agro infrastructure, like a road, warehouse, cold store, collection center. They have all, there is also a problem in the infrastructure as well. And another issues is that the lack of vocational education in school, in college level as well. So youth have, they don't have technical skill for the farming they are doing by their practice, by their experience. So next slide, please. So regarding the young farmer, CTC, we are conducting many activities, like we conducted leadership and advocacy skill development training. It was the virtual training during the COVID pandemic. So we also distributed kiwi and tea sapling to the young farmer to attract in the youth, to attract youth in agriculture, to support their entrepreneurship. So we are also providing the technical training on tea production, and we also we are also forming the youth committee in the member cooperative to involve youth in cooperative and agriculture as well. And so we are also developing stories, success stories on a young farmer who are involved in agriculture, and we are publishing them into the different social media platform. So we also coordinating and collaboration with the stakeholders for the employment engagement of youth farmer, youth people in Nepal. So as a result, we provided 20 young farmers, and they got a virtual training on leadership and advocacy development, and 290 youth are provided the assistant technician training. This training is 3-month training for 430 hours. It is a very technical training on tea plantation and tea production. So at least we have a 15 committee, youth committee in our member cooperative. So youth also, they are also involving in cooperative and agriculture. To mention as a lesson learned, we have a cooperative can be the alternative for capital formation and risk minimization, because those are young farmers who don't have capital, who don't have, they can form cooperative together, and that can facilitate for the capital formation and also the risk minimization as well. So other is use of advanced technology that can attract the youth in agriculture as well, because in Nepal we are practicing the traditional farming system with the traditional tools and equipment. So if we use the advanced technology, obviously youth they can attract, they can involve in the agriculture sector. So these are the main our lesson learned. And for the way for the action to be scale up, that means to replicate in other region, that can the cooperative model can be replicated to unite youth to achieve the common goal, because all youth have the same problem, and also they have also the same goal. So they can be the united through the cooperative, and cooperative business can be the alternative model for them. And the technical skill development, because they are doing by their experience, by learning from their senior. So they should train on a technical skill on their farm. So these are our action to be scale up on the regarding the young farmer. Thank you for very much for listening us, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chandra, also for keeping the time. Indeed, the challenges that you have been listing in the beginning of your presentation are not only the problems of Nepalese young farmers, but we also see these problems appearing even in Hungary, where I come from. So the solution and the mention of the importance of cooperative is really an important aspect. And indeed, it will be really interesting to learn from you even more. And hopefully we can get back to this in the discussion, how cooperatives are really serving and supporting young farmers in order to realize their desire and farm. Okay, as given the time that we are running out of, I would like to immediately pass to the third experience of this session, which is coming from Fiji, from the Tutu Rural Training Center. This is a video message, which I would like to ask Pierre or Daniel to play. Thank you very much, Chandra, again for your intervention. And let's see this video.
Tutu is a formation place for young men, farming couples, and single women who are out there, who have no other opportunities in life to resort to for their own living, but they are resorted back into the village. And with our program, with the Young Farmers Program, or the Farming Couples Program, or the Single Women's Program, we work with the people within the province, within our catchment area.
So the entry criteria to the Young Farmers course is that they should be having about 1,000 Yangona plants growing, or in equivalent to other crops. So when we see that 1,000 Yangona plants is growing, then we know that the young man is serious about his life and shows potential for training and also getting into new ideas and new developments. So when they come in, they are given a piece of land here in Tutu, where they use it for the 3 years they are in training. So they have 2 farms, one at the center and one at the home situation. So when the staff goes out to visitation and extension, we go out and see what they have done on their home farm. And that's a continuation of what they are doing here on their Tutu farm.
Na tangkong Kostatino, dorbo ni tabu ni oranggelin, kosuna udune buna, may durce na urbulong itu. Dom tang olongat baliu, na may bula na porkaram, na may sangata na bula andam darbuan na tumbir dae, may andam may laut turumen, may andam may raw in may andam may sautu, enam bul na nangauna, ena porkaramu andam bul ni singa, ena may bula tai. Nabi angau tiba ina kutiti na oro, au urburin labang orot mi ina na teanggona, ambil tengah ina tintal, ena sona ena kakandam rau, ena sona ilabu rau ni labu totol sar ina andam bul mutupai. Tite dutun tu endo aba nunui, oi oten ua, oi aba nunui ni sing matak, oi nang rau ta ina. Nanda tamatun tite hang mentana pasulten nanda posota ba andil.
This is the Young Farming Couple Center, and as you can see, we have allocated them small pieces of land where they can apply practically their agricultural knowledge. The focus in the training of these young farm couples is their relationship as a couple, being able to communicate with each other and work together. I think the thrust here is on management and couples working together to manage their finances, their relationship, their farm.
Nakanayadangong iwan indingong o turangan ni Gilin. Yun waswi telew, borbor telew.
Nadam gatilitana si maram Gilin ni wasi asawa.
Ka rumalamin na buli bulono may rabina buli ni Matubuchi ni sa marriage encounter 6-month course. Garabina na buli ni tika kanaron raw na mubuli na tika kanaron raw atena bula bimulay babuchin batena bula bimulay baten alo batena bula bimulay batir na mandaul mutua ya na ambula rawa babulichian.
Na mikir mi baton jing na rundu bulan ni biwachini tana wa muri tuba me wa anda tu mina orang da sing wa muri time iru mikir mi ba ilani iru tos batangauna.
This is a unique model of non-formal education Tutu has, and the focus is on the person, the personal development of the person. It's over 40 years now in operation, and we think we're going the right way.
Well, it is indeed an excellent example for how important the training, non-formal trainings for young farmers are. And indeed, as the lady says in the beginning, it's not only about the technical skills of farming, but it's also the personal development of the farmer itself. So indeed, again, something that confirms for us that family farming and the young farmers are not only machines who produce food, but really they are important actors of their community, of their family, their important relation with their wife and husbands. This is what brings forward the family farming society. So with that, I thank you again for the 3 speakers or the 2 speakers and for the video about the Tutu Center. And we have still 10 minutes for a discussion. I have already seen 2 comments in the chat. So I would ask if those who submitted these remarks would like to come forward. Otherwise, please raise your hand and I will call you to take the floor. So dear participants, now it's the time to share with us your experiences in relation to young farmers. In the meanwhile, then I can just highlight the comment that was left by our colleagues from Indonesia, the importance of family farming and how the government understands this important role of family farmers in the country. The colleague from Indonesia is mentioning the importance of data, which is indeed something that is super important, really, because with data and evidence, we can really provide a base for family farming conducive public policies.
And if I may add, Anna, this is also why it was very important this morning during the presentation of the National Action Plan in the Philippines of what Dr. Mula presented regarding the baseline, because we are really in the process of conducting the baseline at the beginning of the National Action Plan implementation to better also know who are family farmers, what are their challenges, where they are, I mean, all different characteristics to better craft policies that can support them.
Thank you, Pierre. So, dear participants, what do you think? What are the main lessons learned from the presentations that we heard? And how do you think these experiences could be scaled up or scaled out into your national context?
Sorry, Anna. In the chat box, I mean, there is a comment from someone from Pakistan who was asking whether there would be any presentation regarding this issue of young farmer in Pakistan. So we haven't received any express of interest to present such an initiative. But if there are any organization among the participants here who are working in Pakistan and addressing this particular issue of the engagement of the youth, I mean, now is the time also to share very briefly your initiative, or if any of the farmer organization has something to say about youth inclusion in Pakistan. I mean, feel free to come forward.
While we are giving a bit of time to the participants to gather their strengths to come forward, I would like to mention that this regional dialogue is going to be a very important input for the global forum that will be held in September. I'm sure it has been already explained in the beginning, but I would like to emphasize that we will also have a specific space dedicated for this issue, rural youth and generational turnover. So we look forward to your participation, and also that we can jointly construct the agenda of the UN Decade of Family Farming in the coming years. So there is another comment. It seems that you don't like to speak, but you like to write in the chat box. Okay. I appreciate how youth farmers were seen as actors in improving the conditions they inherited rather than just beneficiaries or victims, especially seen in Mel's presentation. Indeed, this is a fantastic
and there is also another comment from Timor-Leste, who is asking to look into migration issue and young people back to farming, which is also something to consider. I mean, you have the intergenerational aspect, but also especially following COVID, I mean, you may have a lot of migration back to agricultural area.
Excellent. And then we have Prem, who would like to share a few experience from Nepal. If you would like to take the floor, maybe we can unmute him. Over to you, Prem.
Hello, namaskar, everyone. I am Prem Prakash from Nepal. I am working in NLRF, National Land Rights Forum in Nepal. Thank you so much for providing us to this golden opportunity to share our experiences. As you know, NLRF Nepal works for land rights in Nepal since 18 years, and it has more than 1,800 community level organization, and it has more than 89,000 members, and it works in 60 districts of all provinces in Nepal. As you all know that the government record shows the more than 50% farmers have below the 0.5 hectares land, who are the smallholder and women farmers, and they are mainly the family farmers in Nepal. It means they have a low land portion, and it is estimated that more than 1.8 million people of Nepal are landless and unorganized settlers. They are basically living in government's land and public lands. Most of them are landless also. And we have a experience in earthquake 2015 that million of landless and land were deprived to get relief and resettlement package, especially the housing construction grant. After NLRF policy advocacy, they became eligible for grant for housing grant after ministerial decision. And most of the landless people who are living in public and government land are forcefully evicting as a name of development, forest conservation, road construction, and industrial land use in the name of encroachment. So and another fact is the pressure of migration from hill to urban areas and the plain areas. The agricultural land are rapidly converting to housing plot and unorganized and organized settlements. The government formulated land use policy, acts, and regulation, but it has not been implemented. All the issues and challenges and the fact shows that land tenure security is the crucial issues, and the implementation of land use plan is very important for sustainable food system and the family farming to raise the family farming. Along these, it helps to build the climate resiliency of poor and vulnerable community in Nepal. So we have a better opportunity also because government of Nepal has been working by National Land Commission to provide land to landless and register of landless of unorganized settlers. Similarly, government has endorsed the land use policy, and it has planned to implement land use plan for sustainable production and climate resiliency and the sustainable development. So I'd like to forward my suggestion is that we need to facilitate local governments, parties, and efforts to implement the land entitlement and the land use plan in Nepal. It would be more better to landless people in Nepal. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you very much, Prem. Indeed, a super important aspect of farming is the land tenure and the land use. Thank you very much for highlighting this experience and example from Nepal. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you again for the speaker, and thank you again for your contributions. And I hand over the floor to Pierre, back to you, and I wish you a continued success for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Anna. So the next session, number 5, will be on building the capacity of family farmer organization and ensuring effective participation through appropriate financing and implementation modality. And to moderate this session, I would like to introduce Mr. Alok Kumar, Value Chain and Finance Specialist at IFAD. So Alok, the floor is yours for the moderation.
Thank you, Pierre. And at this session here, we are going to discuss more about money and how the family farmer organizations capacity we can build so that they can have access to finance, as well as which kind of implementation arrangements that can be put. We always have seen that when we go to formal financial institutions, from a banker's perspective, they will always say, it is too risky. We do not understand these organizations and the legal structure and other risk and things they will count on it. And if you go to family farmer organizations, they will always wonder why they cannot access. This leaves them that we have to find a way to bridge this information asymmetry that exists between the formal financial institutions and family farmer organizations and family farmers. To discuss more in detail about the experiences, today we are going to have 3 presenters. And the first one would be from PFON, Angela Birch. And if you are here, over to you to share the experiences. And if you can limit your presentation to only 10 minutes, thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Alok. Pacific greetings once again. We appreciate this opportunity provided by FAO and IFAD and the other organizers of this event to share on the Pacific experience with capacity building of family farming organizations through the Effort for ACP project. For the benefit of those delegates who may not have been present early on in the program, I'll just give a quick brief on who we are. So Pacific Farmer Organizations, or PFON, as we're more commonly referred to, works with approximately 30 farmer organizations across 12 nations. And the countries in the South Pacific, or the Pacific, that we work with are in the Cook Islands, New Caledonia, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, the Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, Tonga, Vanuatu, Fiji, and you'll see on the map to the North Pacific, we have 3 new members who've joined us in the last year, and they are Hawaii, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Marshall Islands. And together they have a reach of over 85,000 farmers. So one of the largest projects to date here in the Pacific is the Farmer Organizations for Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific, and it represents a partnership between the EU, ACP, IFAD, and PFON. And having been allocated 4.8 million euros for 4 years, this project started with gusto in late 2019, just before COVID. And then by April of 2020, proposals were being submitted to IFAD to see how best to move the project forward, given the onset of the pandemic in the Pacific. And although there were only a small number of our member countries who experienced COVID at the time, like the rest of the world, the economic impact was universal. So the overall goal of improving food and nutritional security for smallholder farmers remained the same, but the importance became even more pronounced with the pandemic in our midst. So the reorientation of activities under FOF-ACP for the Pacific, so most of the activities remain as they were, but there were modifications made to allow for greater safety precautions, of course, and of course, the inability to travel within countries and between countries. So aside from assisting family farmers by providing a platform for the sharing of information and being a collective voice and being able to adapt to situations, farm organizations had to play entirely different roles. Some they weren't accustomed to, but they did extend to having to provide health and humanitarian support, looking at new opportunities for local products, exploring new ways of working, which involved embracing a whole new wave of technology, to name a few. Building capacity has always been paramount for farm organizations and their members, but doing so rapidly, given the circumstances at the time, provided challenges. And fortunately, with FO-for-ACP, there were provisions made. There were parameters for adaptability and flexibility, which really supported the farmer organizations at the time, as they did around the world. So just under FO-for-ACP, following the onset of the pandemic in Fiji, there were farm organizations that were playing humanitarian roles in the first few weeks, distributing planting materials with grocery kits. In the Cook Islands and New Caledonia, we saw governments seeking to reduce imports, and so farmer organizations in these countries where there were very high imports had to seek ways to stimulate local production and markets for that local produce to support the farmers. Other countries across the Pacific region had to find ways to utilize local produce that were no longer required by a huge tourism market with a shutdown in travel, as that happened right across the globe. However, there were opportunities in this, and this included the production and distribution of videos to help individuals and communities to view other ways of food production and to look at value-add items. There were programs initiated that focused on introducing agriculture to individuals who had lost employment as a result of unemployment from the tourism sector. Some farmer organizations looked at improving some of their infrastructure, where they had to provide storage facilities for farmers who could not travel to market to sell their produce. And this happened in PNG. They have a huge rice crop. And Vanuatu was amongst one of the FOs at the time who did not experience COVID, but they were still unable to travel within the country between islands. So they produced printed material to assist farmers during the pandemic. As so many from tourism had returned to the land because of the unemployment issues at the time. So information was distributed on vegetable farming, beekeeping, and pests and diseases. For PIFON, means of conducting research into the impacts of COVID were done through online surveys. We used Google Forms, and the use of these surveys extended to the distribution of a growth tool adapted from AFA. This tool, which initially was used, or was thought to be used as an M&E tool, became one that was used to identify the capacity needs of FOs at the time for the short and the long term across 10 key strategic areas. And after assessing themselves, farm organizations were asked to prioritize the actions to close the identified gaps. And these would be addressed over the duration of the FO-for-ACP program. In general, it was found that although the farm organizations kept records, they needed to be updated, and support provided for these FOs to better utilize this information for the benefit of their members in key decision-making moving forward. Many of the FOs carried out a membership survey shortly after completing this tool, this growth tool. And again, because of the COVID restrictions at the time that prohibited travel for face-to-face interviews, a digital platform had to be used. And this was new to many of them, but we used the Traceable Farms app at the time. And these are just some of the comments that we received from the membership. It allowed for timely update. It was real-time updates for the profiles of those whom they surveyed. From one of our FOs, the feedback provided, there were farmers struggling with increased freight charges domestically and internationally. So they sought support for fertilizers, which had also increased in price at the time. And interestingly enough, in conducting the survey, the farmer organizations found that there were some farmers who chose to renew their membership as they had a better understanding of what the benefits were of being associated with the farmer organization. One of the key factors that came out was the need to invest in staff to roll out projects. And so FO for ACP, component 3, of course, allowed for this. So many of the FOs have taken the opportunity to include this in their plans moving forward. Initially, they started with training their own staff, their existing staff, and now they include additional staff on the teams to help continue with the programs. Another area that was highlighted that needed attention within the FOs was the sources of funding to ensure long-term sustainability. So some of the ideas generated included the establishment of nurseries, as well as the upgrade and expansion of the existing facilities to accommodate market opportunities with the value-added products and other lines that had been found through the survey. With the actions that would be undertaken to build their capacity, the FOs will need to complete the tool again before the end of the FO for ACP program to determine the improvements that have been made, and of course, what further support is needed to help them build or continue to build capacity. PIFON would like to acknowledge AFA for the training that they provided and the evolving nature of the FO growth tool since its introduction in 2014. And would also acknowledge the support that FO for ACP has provided to continue to develop and build a capacity within and across the network. As mentioned before, it started as an M&E tool, but it has now become a capacity building tool for us, this FO growth tool. So I thank you for your time. And if there's any questions, please do place them in the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. Few points I would like to highlight is when we talk about family farmer organizations and their capacity, one of the things that is very important is for any financer or from any organization perspective is conducting due diligence on these organizations. And FO for Growth tool, as highlighted by you, and is an important tool which not only helps the family farmer organizations in terms of keeping, monitoring, and their growth chart, but also help them in improving the management, record keeping, and governance system, which becomes critical in accessing finance or forging new partnership, and to show that these organizations are credible. In terms, another important aspect that was highlighted was through this project, you have been trying to identify the local opportunities and helping the family farmer organizations to meet the demand of their members. Thank you very much. And now we move to the next presentation from AFA, Maria Elena. She will be presenting the experience of AFA in implementing ARISE. So over to you, Maria.
Thank you very much, Alok, and namaste, assalamualaikum, and good day, everyone. Allow me to share the experiences of AFA and all our partners in ARISE. ARISE is a project supported by IFAD during pandemic. So please allow me to share screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's processing, yes.
Okay. Okay, so in this session, I will be highlighting a sustainable financing model during pandemic and beyond. The sources of insights and reflection that I will be sharing here came from our survey during the pandemic, both internal and in collaboration with other groups, and also based on online consultations, focus group discussion with our members and partners, and primarily coming from the experience in implementing a COVID-19 program called the Assuring Resiliency of Family Farmers Amidst COVID, or ARISE, as you can see the logo here. In all these sources of reflection, we can point out that farmers' organizations have played very significant role during pandemic as reliable service provider. So in this framework, you can see that farmers' organization during pandemic provided support in terms of relief, distributing emergency kits, distribution of food packs, and also on rehabilitation, as well as in reconstruction. To give a very specific evidence of this, we will share the experience on ARISE. ARISE has this key objective, strengthen the capacities of FOs to manage production support to members by expanding 4 Ps, producer, public, private partnership, to address the market access challenge brought about by the pandemic. The key action of this project is the provision of revolving fund for production and marketing, online communication, and knowledge management support. The countries covered includes Mongolia, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Laos, Philippines, and Vietnam. So far, it has supported 185 farmers' organizations and cooperatives, and the total project fund is 2 million, and it is being complemented by Asia Pacific Farmers Program, which is also an IFAD-supported regional grant. Put simply, the financing model is like this. IFAD provide a regional grant to regional FO, AFA and La Via Campesina, and the regional FO provide this as a recoverable grant to National Farmers Organization, and the National Farmers Organization provide this fund as a revolving fund or soft loan to local farmers organization and cooperatives, who in turns give this to their members. And just to show you the allocation, so we have around equal allocation for Southeast Asia and East and Central Asia for the fund. So 49.72 or around 50% goes to EXA, and the other half goes to Southeast Asia. And the size of the recoverable grant for each country ranges from 300,000 to 200,000 per country. And these funds were used to support production capital and also working capital. As you can see here, 52% was used for production capital, as a fund for farmers to buy inputs, small equipment, so that they can preserve the ownership of their asset and don't loan it out from loan shark during pandemic. And also working capital to cooperatives, so that the cooperatives can purchase the product of the farmers, because during pandemic, it is very hard to do the marketing because of logistical concern, closed border, etc. And we are happy to share with you that all of the funds have been returned as of June 2022. 100% of all the funds have been fully recovered, and it's already in the account of the National FO. So what are our lessons from this experience? We have 2 major lessons. One is FOs are reliable conduit in providing easy access to financing in times of pandemic. Particularly during this time, and even it's not pandemic, Financial institutions, banks are reluctant to take risks, particularly with farmers. But with the revolving fund in times of pandemic, we see that it becomes empowering. It helps develop greater sense of solidarity and responsibility among farmers. The recipient of the fund were encouraged and motivated to pay back so that other fellow farmers will also be benefited. And second, there is efficiency and effectiveness of utilizing federated structure of farmers from regional to national to local level as reliable conduit through a regionally coordinated and locally implemented response. Why is this so? No? First reason why FOs are reliable conduit because there is an established communication network. The FOs have direct knowledge of the local realities, the context, what are the needs, and as well as the capacities. This rootedness of FOs to local situation allows FOs to exercise flexibility, use appropriate tools, procedure responsive to farmers. It's not one size fits all. No, they are able to innovate, but with a common guidance. No. And the information asymmetry, as mentioned by Alok, is addressed. The intended recipient are well known to the FOs since they have prior record or membership data, which makes the cost of knowing your client or KYC less and more reliable. Less costly service delivery, lesser channel, and the proximity of farmers to their mother organization make it less costly. There is also shared risk and benefit between the farmers and the organization. FO's capacity to undertake claim-making efforts or collective action to access relief and emergency response from government and other stakeholders are important key political powers, no, which complement these economic services. We would like also to point out in several indicators why FOs are reliable service providers for farmers. No? In terms of 4S, no? In terms of size and scale, the farmers are relatively small at the local level, so there is low cost of operation. In terms of scope, we can cover broader scope through federated structure. We can cover multi-country because our regional farmers organization and multi-province within the country because we work with national farmers organization who has membership in different districts, provinces. And in terms of speed, it's fast and quick due to the presence of the aggregating structure, no? The simple loaning procedure, knowing your client. So it's simple and fast. And in terms of sustainability, there is a balancing of the political, no, in terms of claim making and better bargaining power, also in terms of leveraging the fund. So these are some of our lessons that we got from implementing this project. And we know that even beyond pandemic, this is also the case. However, it's also a challenge that not all farmers organizations are not all farmers are member of farmers organization. That's why we recommend, no, that there should be some support to farmers organization that will encourage farmers, individual farmers, to affiliate or join farmers organization. And it entails paradigm shift, no? From thinking farmers organization as only beneficiaries to a reliable service providers for family farmers. And in this light, there should be an investment in strengthening the business development services capacity of FOs so that they become better in providing economic services to their member, because they will be able to facilitate shorter value chain, more resilient, flexible, and responsive routes to market. And of course, we need advocacy for favorable policy, supportive of recognizing FOs as service providers, to relax stringent policy which established service providers or big consultancy firm can only qualify. There are many government programs, project, which has very high requirements. And because of that, FOs are not qualified to become service providers. No? So lastly, we advocate that direct financing to coordinated action of federated farmers organization like regional farmers organization, national farmers organization, sub-national farmers organization be provided with a dedicated allocation of funds. Comparatively, using the scope, scale, speed, and sustainability indicator, FOs can answer to this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Very well presented, and few points that is very encouraging for us to see in this ARISE project implementation is one is lending methodology, where how the cost of lending, the cost of KYC, and how information asymmetry was managed in this implementation modality, resulting in almost 100% repayment and not many of the farmers defaulting. Second one is as well is to how we can highlight this kind of lending methodology to the regulators at national level, how we can have this successful experience exchange with the formal financial institutions within the country so that the domestic financing is available are important points for us to consider in future. Thank you very much. Now the last presentation is from Beauty Khatun from Sara Bangla. She will be sharing the experience of a national FO from Bangladesh. Over to you, ma'am. Ari.
ধন্যবাদ আমাকে সুযোগ দেওয়ার জন্য। বাংলাদেশের ক্ষুদ্র প্রান্তিক কৃষক এবং সারা বাংলা কৃষক সোসাইটির পক্ষ থেকে সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা। গ্লোবাল এগ্রিকালচার অ্যান্ড ফুড সিকিউরিটি প্রোগ্রাম গ্রেফএসপির সহায়তায় বাংলাদেশে 2011 থেকে 2016 সময়ে ইন্টিগ্রেটেড এগ্রিকালচার প্রোডাক্টিসের প্রজেক্ট আইএপিপির বাস্তবায়ন করেছিল। 2015 সালে গ্রেফএসপির উপলব্ধি করে যে তাদের তহবিল থেকে উৎপাদনকারী দল, ক্ষুদ্র কৃষক সংগঠন এবং ক্ষুদ্র ও মাঝারি উদ্যোক্তা পর্যন্ত সেবা পায়নি। মিসিং মিডল ইনিশিয়েটিভ এমএমআই এর আওতায় পূর্বে যেসব প্রতিষ্ঠান সরাসরি পর্যাপ্ত পরিমাণে তহবিল পায়নি সেসব প্রতিষ্ঠানের জন্য বাস্তবায়ন আহ্বান করে। 2017 সালের প্রথম দিকে এবং 55টি কৃষক সংগঠনের সমন্বয়ে সংগঠিত কৃষকদের কেন্দ্রীয় সংগঠন সারা বাংলা কৃষক সোসাইটির সাথে বাস্তবায়নের জন্য 3 বছর মেয়াদী কৃষক সংগঠনের জন্য আর্থিক সেবা বৃদ্ধিকরণ এমএমআই বাংলাদেশ এডুএফ নামের প্রকল্প মঞ্জুর হয়। প্রকল্পটির প্রত্যাশিত ফলাফল হলো টেকসই সংগঠন তাদের ক্ষুদ্র কৃষক সদস্যের জন্য মূল্য সংযোজন দ্বারা বাজার প্রযুক্তি স্থান ও তথ্য অর্জনের ব্যবস্থা করা।
Just you can wait a second, please. Hold on. We are trying to fix the translation. So just 1 second. We are organizing the translation and then we can resume. Apologies for the interruption.
এবারে আমরা কাজের অগ্রগতি তুলে ধরছি। আমরা বিশ্বাস করি কৃষক পর্যায়ে আর্থিক অন্তর্ভুক্তির জন্য প্রয়োজন কৃষকদের সংযুক্ত করা। এজন্য আমরা গ্যাপএসপির অর্থায়নের জাতিসংঘের খাদ্য ও কৃষি সংস্থার সহায়তায় এমএমআই প্রকল্পের মাধ্যমে বিগত 4 বছরে আমাদের শীর্ষ সংগঠন সহ 55টি কৃষক সংগঠনকে সাংগঠনিক ও আর্থিকভাবে শক্তিশালী করেছি। আমরা বাংলাদেশের 16টি জেলায় 32টি উপজেলায় 10,000 ক্ষুদ্র প্রান্তিক কৃষকের সাথে কাজ করছি, যাদের 62% নারী। ইতিমধ্যে আমাদের নেতৃত্বের বিকাশ ঘটেছে। সরকারি বা প্রাইভেট সেক্টরের সাথে সংযোগ বেড়েছে। আমরা 150 কৃষক হিসাব রক্ষক নিয়ে বৃহত্তর নেটওয়ার্ক তৈরি করেছি, যারা 55টি সংগঠনের স্বচ্ছ জবাবদিহিতামূলক হিসাব রক্ষণে নিরলসভাবে কাজ করছে। আমরা রুরাল ইনভেস্ট টুলকিট ব্যবহার করে 14টি ভ্যালু চেনে 55টি সংগঠনের তাদের নির্বাচিত ব্যবসার সাথে সংযুক্ত রেখে সাধারণ সেবা কেন্দ্র গড়ে তুলেছি। ফলে কৃষকদের উৎপাদন খরচ 5 থেকে 10% পর্যন্ত কমেছে। ডিজিটাল প্রযুক্তির প্রান্তিক কৃষক পর্যায়ে ছড়িয়ে দিতেও আমরা সফল হয়েছি এবং এর সুফল কৃষকেরা পাচ্ছে। এর ধারাবাহিকতায় শীর্ষ সংগঠনের নেতৃত্বে আমাদের অভিজ্ঞতার কাজে লাগিয়ে করোনা মহামারী কালে ভার্চুয়াল কল সেন্টার ভিসিসি চালু করি এবং যা অব্যাহত রয়েছে। আমরা কালেক্টর মোবাইল ব্যবহার করে আমাদের মনিটরিং কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করছি। আমাদের সংগঠনগুলো হিসাব ও ঋণ ব্যবস্থাপনা এফএও সহযোগিতায় মাইক্রো ব্যাংকার সফটওয়্যারের মাধ্যমে পরিচালনা করছি। আমরা ব্যাংকের সাথে সংযোগ স্থাপন করে 1523 জনকে 9 কোটি টাকার বেশি ঋণ সংগঠনকে জিম্মায় রেখে ব্যবস্থা করতে পেরেছি। আমাদের অর্জনগুলো ডাটা স্টুডিও ব্যবহার করে একটি ড্যাশবোর্ডের মাধ্যমে প্রকাশ করছি। আপনারা তা bit.ly.mmidgd পেজে দেখতে পারবেন। আপনারা শক্তিশালী উৎপাদনকারী সংগঠন গড়ে তোলার পদ্ধতি মডেল এখানে দেখতে পাচ্ছেন। আমরা কৃষক সংগঠনগুলোকে শক্তিশালীকরণে 9টি প্রশিক্ষণ মডিউল ব্যবহার করছি, যেমন আর্থিক সাক্ষরতা, ডিজিটাল সাক্ষরতা, ব্যবসা সাক্ষরতা, অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক নেতৃত্ব, অংশগ্রহণমূলক পরিবীক্ষণ ও মূল্যায়ন, মূল্য সংযোজন ধারা, সুশাসন, সৃজনশীল আর্থিক উদ্যোগ, উপযুক্ত প্রযুক্তি সম্প্রসারণ ইত্যাদি। সংগঠনগুলোর সাংগঠনিক সক্ষমতা কাজে লাগিয়ে নিজেদের সঞ্চয়, শেয়ার, এমএমআই তহবিল এবং ব্যাংক হতে সহজ শর্তে ঋণ নিয়ে ক্ষুদ্র ও প্রান্তিক কৃষকদের জন্য উন্নয়ন তহবিলের মাধ্যমে ব্যবস্থা করছি। উৎপাদনকারীরা তাদের সংগঠনের ব্যবসা পরিকল্পনা অনুযায়ী শস্য, মাছ বা প্রাণী সম্পদ উৎপাদনে ঋণের অর্থ বিনিয়োগ করছি। উৎপাদনকারী সংগঠনের কালেকশন পয়েন্ট পণ্য একত্রিতকরণ করে ভার্চুয়াল কল সেন্টারের মাধ্যমে উৎপাদিত পণ্য বিক্রয় করে একই সঙ্গে প্রয়োজনীয় কৃষি উপকরণ সংগঠনের সাধারণ সেবা কেন্দ্রের মাধ্যমে ক্রয় ও ব্যবহার করে থাকে। ফলে তাদের উৎপাদিত খরচ 5 থেকে 10% পর্যন্ত কম হয়। অন্যদিকে উৎপাদিত পণ্যের ন্যায্য মূল্য পাওয়ার পারিবারিক আয় বছরে বৃদ্ধি পায়। পরের শ্রেণীটি আমরা যাচ্ছি। আপনারা এমএমআই প্রকল্পের অর্থের ধারাবাহিকতা দেখছেন। আমাদের সংগঠনগুলো এমএমআই হতে শিক্ষণ অনুদান, ব্যবসা অনুদান, ঘূর্ণমান ঋণ তহবিল, কোভিড পুনরুদ্ধার, ঘূর্ণমান ঋণ তহবিল পেয়েছে। আমাদের দেশের ক্ষুদ্র ঋণ কার্যক্রম অনেক শক্তিশালী হলেও সুদের হার 27% হওয়ায় কৃষকদের জন্য তা লাভজনক নয়। কারণ কৃষক শস্য উৎপাদন করে 30%-এর বেশি লাভ করতে পারে না, আর লাভের পুরো টাকা চলে যায় ক্ষুদ্র ঋণ প্রদানকারী প্রতিষ্ঠানের পকেটে। তাই সরকারের বিভিন্ন প্রতিষ্ঠান ও ব্যাংক হতে সহজ শর্তে 2 থেকে 9% হারে ঋণ সুবিধা পেতে কৃষকদের সহায়তা করে চলছি। এ পর্যন্ত 1523 জনকে 9,30 লক্ষ টাকার ঋণ সুবিধা দিতে পেরেছি। আপনারা দেখছেন পরের শ্রেণী। আমাদের কৃষক সংগঠনগুলো প্রাথমিক সংগঠন হতে ধীরে ধীরে শক্তিশালী ও অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক উৎপাদনকারী সংগঠনে পরিণত হয়েছে। সংগঠনগুলোর পারমাণবিক জরিপ হতে পর্যন্ত পর্যায়ক্রমে ঊর্ধ্বমুখী। পারফরমেন্স স্কোর কার্ড এর 100 নম্বর হতে গড়ে 81 নম্বর পেয়েছে। সুশাসন, জেন্ডার ও নেতৃত্ব বিষয়ে তাদের অগ্রগতির জন্যই মূলত সংগঠনগুলোর সার্বিক উন্নতি দেখা যায়। পারফরমেন্সের সাথে এমএমআই এর অনুদান প্রাপ্তির বিষয় রয়েছে, যেমন সকলের শিখন অনুদান পেলেও ব্যবসা অনুদান পেতে অন্তত 50 স্কোর এবং ঘূর্ণয়মান ঋণ তহবিলের জন্য অন্তত 60 স্কোর পেতে হয়েছে সংগঠনগুলোকে। আমাদের এমএমআই ঘূর্ণয়মান ঋণ তহবিলের চিত্রে দেখা যায় আমরা 15টি ভ্যালু চেনে, যেমন গরুর হৃষ্টপুষ্টকরণ, গাভী পালন, সোনালী মুরগি হাঁস পালন, ধান বীজ, মুগ ডাল বীজ, আলু, ভুট্টা, সবজি, ঔষধি গাছ, আনারস, আদা, হলুদ, মাছ ইত্যাদি খাতে 2371 জন উৎপাদনকারীদের ঋণ সহায়তা দেওয়া হয়েছে, যাদের 60% নারী। আমাদের মোট বিনিয়োগ 11,67,00,000 টাকা। আমরা আবার পরের স্লাইডে যাচ্ছি। আমাদের এমএমআই ঘূর্ণয়মান ঋণ তহবিলের পারফরমেন্স চিত্র আপনারা দেখছেন। পল্লী কর্ম সহায়ক ফাউন্ডেশন এবং বাংলাদেশের জাতীয় পর্যায়ে ক্ষুদ্র ঋণ প্রতিষ্ঠানের পারফরমেন্স নির্দেশকের সাথে তুলনা করে দেখা যায় আমাদের পারফরমেন্স তুলনামূলকভাবে অনেক ভালো। আমরা কম খরচে প্রান্তিক কৃষকের কাছে ঋণ সুবিধা পৌঁছে দিতে পারছি। সবগুলো ঋণই কৃষকের পণ্য উৎপাদন ও বিক্রয়ের পর পরিশোধ করতে হয়। আমাদের আর্থিক স্বয়ংসম্পূর্ণতার হার 207%, যা PKSF বা তার সহযোগী সংগঠনের গড় হারে প্রায় দ্বিগুণ। অন্যদিকে সাংগঠনিক স্বয়ংসম্পূর্ণতার হার 254%, আমাদের ঋণ আদায়ের হার 100% এবং প্রতি 1 টাকায় ঋণের বিপরীতে খরচ 1 পয়সা মাত্র, যেখানে প্রতি 1 টাকায় ঋণের 15 থেকে 20 পয়সা পর্যন্ত খরচ সহনীয়। পরের স্লাইডে যাচ্ছি। কৃষকের সংগঠন শক্তিশালীকরণে অবশ্যই অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক ব্যবস্থা থাকতে হবে, যেখানে কৃষক সংগঠনের সদস্যদের চাহিদার ভিত্তিতে সেবা কার্যক্রম পরিচালনা করবে। স্থানীয় প্রেক্ষাপটের সাথে খাপ খাইয়ে কৃষকের চাহিদার ভিত্তিতে সংগঠন পরিচালনা করা। সংগঠিত কৃষক যে কোনো দুর্যোগ সহজে মোকাবেলা করতে পারে। আপনাদের মূল্যবান সময়ের জন্য অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আমরাও আপনাদের কাছ থেকে শিখতে চাই।
Thank you very much. I apologize to everyone. There was some problem with the English translation. So to address that one, if it is possible, Mr. Hanif, to give a short summary of this presentation in English. Is it possible? Mr. Hanif is here.
Thank you for giving me a brief opportunity. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Just a second. Actually, Beauty, our treasurer of Sarabangla Kishok Society, she presented a full MMI model here. She mentioned about how they involved with the GAPSI fund with FAO. She mentioned that 55 organizations, including their FX organization, both in financially and organizationally strengthened in last 4 years. She mentioned that 10,000 smallholder involved there, with where 62% female. They working in 32 districts and 16 districts in Bangladesh. They develop leadership, evolved leadership linkage with 5-8 and public partnership. They develop 150 farmers accountant who are working closely to the maintain transparent and accountable accounts in 55 organizations. They use Rural Invest Toolkit to prepare their business plan and they prepare 15 value chain. They invested 15 value chain. They established during COVID pandemic, they established virtual call center, and they continue this mentioned here in this his presentation. About MMI model, she mentioned MMI graduation model mobilizing strong producer organization. They have used 9 training module. They mentioned such as digital literacy, business literacy, inclusive leadership, participatory monitoring, evaluation, value chain, governance, innovative financing, etc. Utilizing the organization capacity of this organization, they have managed a revolving loan fund from their savings, shares, MMI fund, loan from national banks for smallholders. She mentioned producer aggregate their produce at the collection point and sell bulk through virtual call center. At the same time, the necessary agricultural imports are produced and used through their common facility center of the organization. As a result, their production cost is reduced up to 5 to 10%. Besides getting a fair, getting a fair price for their produces, the family income increases by 10 to 15% per year. About revolving loan fund, they maintain 100%, they get 100% recovery rate compared to the national standard indicator. They score better position. Their financial self-sufficient rate is 206%. And organizational self-sufficiency rate is 254%. That's all for it's a summary of the presentation of Beauty Khaton. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Hanif. Thank you. So thank you very much. And one of the important other points that was highlighted was the interest rate. And we know that at this point of time where there is a liquidity crisis, inflation is rising, cost of capital is increasing. In these times, the commercial lending rates for even agriculture is skyrocketing. In this context, it becomes important for family farmer organizations to select the right financing option. Otherwise, this could be a debt trap. So that is one of the important highlights. So now we can move to the open session where if we have questions, please let us know by raising your hand or writing in the chat box, and or any other questions from the presenters. Please, floor is open to all. Please, over to all of you. If anybody have any questions. No.
Don't be shy.
Is there none? So may I ask one question to Ms. Maria on how they are planning to take up the ARISE lending methodology and successful model to negotiate with the central banks and other regulators within the country, in each country where it has been piloted?
Yes, thank you, Alok. Indeed, there are plans that the ARISE be leveraged by farmers organization with local banks. Like for example, in Nepal, there is an ongoing opportunity and initial negotiation on possibly having this partnership with the smallholder bank so that the ARISE fund can be topped up by the local bank, and it can be it can help expand the reach of the revolving fund. No? Also in other countries, there is also a negotiation with some private institution so that there can be matching in terms of forging marketing contracts, ensuring that the fund can guarantee so that the farmers can deliver with the contract, and then they can have this big volume. No? So there are different models of leveraging it, and also working with other bigger cooperatives who are also doing financing to farmers.
Thank you, Lenny. Still no questions. So maybe my last question to Sarah Bangla would be that where they, for the MMI, what was the source of fund, from where the POs or the Apex got the fund? It was through GAPSP, or it was a grant or a loan?
On behalf of SBKS, I want to the source of fund mostly I mentioned earlier. They collect from their savings, one part of a portion of a fund. They collect from National Bank. And GAPSI fund is a grant, but they use as a loan, revolving loan fund, controlled by SBKS to farmers or a member organization. Yes.
And maybe the last question to be to the PFund, to Angela, about is there any scope of opportunity for under FO for ACP to collaborate with financing institutions in the Pacific? Hello, Angela. I think so. If there is no questions, I hand over the session. Thank you so much for this wonderful sessions, and thank you to all the presenters for lovely presentation and very knowledgeable and good experience. And hope this will be incorporated while we are planning any new further interventions in this regard. So thank you very much. Now over to Pierre for next steps now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alok. This was a very interesting session, and I was quite impressed by also the results of the different projects and initiatives that were presented. We are reaching the end of our dialogue, but before concluding the dialogue, we have a very important last session on key findings and way forward to the Global Forum. So this last session will be moderated by my colleague from headquarters, Guilherme Brady, who presented also this morning the update of the Undff at a global level. So Guilherme, over to you.
Thanks so much, Pierre. Now, happy to be with you on, let's say, online, no, directly on live. Greetings from Rome. Good morning, and no, good morning for me. Good afternoon to you all. So as Pierre said, I'm Guilherme Brady. I'm the head of the unit on family farm engagement and parliamentary networks. And this unit provides the technical support together with IFAD colleagues to the Undff technical secretariat. So supporting the implementation of Dedicate. So very happy to be with you. Very good and solid discussion. This will be very helpful for the Global Forum. So as you know, our objective with those the series of regional dialogues on family farming is to provide a contextualized discussion, no, about Dedicate in each region, bringing forward what are the key elements, the emerging topics, the main challenges that needs to be addressed, And after we have all those regional dialogues finalized, we're gonna bring it to the Global Forum on Family Farming that will happen in September, from the 19th to the 22nd of September. So please already put in your calendars. We're gonna send you more information very soon. And we're gonna have 4 days of discussion that's exactly to see how we should continue the implementation of the decade in the next phase. Now we are completing the first 3 years of implementation, okay? So the objective of this final session is to identify some key findings and the way forward for the Global Forum. We're gonna have in each session of the Global Forum, the possibility to bring a perspective for some regions, okay? And we will also have, at the end of the Global Forum, a roundtable between the regions. So we're gonna be in touch with Pierre, with you all, with the group that was supporting the preparation, in order to see how we can bring the perspectives from this dialogue in a more structured way to the Global Forum. So in order to do it, some organizations working with FAO, with IFAD in the preparation of this regional dialogue, did an internal consultation to identify some key topics. And we would like now to listen from them about what are their key recommendations from the consultation process. This will be followed by an open forum with you all to highlight the key recommendations for scaling up the implementation of the decade in the region. And then we are going to the final part of the closing remarks, okay? So I would like to start inviting Mr. Pan Sophead. He's the Executive Director of the Farmers Nature Network, and he will provide his recommendations on behalf of AFA, the Asian Farmers Association for Sustainable Development, and the Farmers Forum in Asia. So please, Mr. Sophead, you have 7 minutes for your recommendations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and also thank you very much, IFAD and FAO for organizing this important event. And also thank you to all our colleagues, AFA, etc., ILC, LVC, and all our colleagues from PFOND and others regions. Today, for the last session, and then from what we have preparation discussion from yesterday, so we come up with the summary result for the Asia Pacific Farm Organization for the regional dialogue. So, from our discussion yesterday, we had 32 participants from 11 national farm organizations from the South Asia, including India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, and also from the Southeast Asia region, that from Cambodia, Laos, and the Philippines. And yesterday we had 2 breakout sessions that we had discussed yesterday. And for the result from the breakout group that we had following the guide questions, there were 3 guide questions yesterday for the breakout session. That the first question was, since the Undff declaration in 2019, in what ways did it support your advocacy activities? For example, is the a national committee for on family farming policy dialogue platform established in your country, and did participate in the process. So also the question number 2 is how can we use or maximize the Undff mechanisms or National Committee on Family Farming Formation and Development of Family Farming National Action Plan to amplify our calls and accelerate the implementation of our recommendation. And question number 3, it was for the next 6 to 7 years, regional farm organizations have identified 3 thematic areas where we can have collective actions. What are our recommendations in terms of concrete actions, support needed and activity? So from the discussion facilitation, so we had a summary of the result of the discussion as the following. So the main vehicle for farm organization to maximize the opportunity offered by Undff is through the National Committee on Family Farming, Ncff, and drafting of National Action Plan with strong participation of farm organization. So far, in Asia, we just only have 4 countries that already established the National Committee on Family Farming. That include India, Nepal, Philippines, and Indonesia. In this, also we found some challenges or hindering factors that about the establishment of the Ncff. So some government agencies assigned to anchor the National Committee on Family Farming, not yet identified. In this case, I think what we found that still maybe we need more coordination among all the public, private, people, organization, partnership. So we need all stakeholders to understand and to focus on the important or the key importance of the National Committee on Family Farming. So if all factors focus on the importance of Ncff, so it will be easy to establish this. So we also focus on facilitating factors. So the catalytic fund directly provided to a farm organization to push for the creation of the national or Ncff and meaningful engagement of FO representatives. And also another factor is support from other sectors, NGO, opportunity farmers, friendly government representatives. And also for the next step for Ncff formation, we discuss on a possible track on CSO Ncff track. It means that have the representative from the government yet, so we still need to coordinate a platform to collectively push for the Ncff and provide input for NAP. And as take-off point for pushing for official Ncff. To mobilize resources for Catholic Fund, so farm organization can cover more countries. Regional or global farm organizations scorecard or award to countries with Undff, Ncff. Here is Ncff, not NCC, and NAP with strong FO participation. For localization of the Ncff, the Philippines FOs is pushing for the formation of local provincial level family farming councils. Indonesia is proposing to push for further localization for the NAP to be incorporated in the local development plan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, if you can please conclude quickly.
Okay, action at the regional level. So to set up FO Regional Center for Family Farming, to propose funding support from development, the Empowerment Fund for FO capacity building, to push for Asian resolution to support the UNDF. And also at the national levels, we need a single window for family farmers or mechanism for coordinated support services for family farmers and coherent policy formulation and implementation like in India. And mapping of organization capacity building for women in Laos, developing business plan services of FOs, production support, marketing support, financial support, and ensure for the ownership of productive resources for women, youth, including land, forest, coastal, water, capital, energy, climate support for farmers, and especially farmer field school. Supportive policy to recognize qualified farmers organizations and services providers of agricultural programs of government and other development agencies. The last action for at the national level, also Farmers Empowerment Fund. Climate Field School focus is to spread climate field school. It is hard to resolve disease, flood, and climate, and so on. Through the climate field school, farmers will understand more easily the concepts. So I think that is the last one. Thank you very much. Sorry, thank you for the Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very concrete, very interesting suggestions, diagnostic as well. I will not comment now. I will try to do a very brief wrap up at the end of the panel to save some time. So I would like to move directly now, invite Ms. Angela Birch, she is the program manager of the Pacific Farm Organizations, PFON, to present also the discussions, the recommendations from her group. Please, Ms. Birch.
Civic greetings, everyone. Thank you again for this opportunity to share the outcomes from the regional consultation on the role of farmer organizations in climate change adaptation. Some of what I have to share, I'm reiterating what was shared by our executive director earlier today. But if I can just run through briefly. As shared by Kyle earlier, evidence provided through the SPC publication, Vulnerability of Pacific Island Agriculture and Forestry to Climate Change, concludes that Pacific Island traditional crops and production systems are in general relatively resilient to variations in climatic conditions. However, many traditional farming practices have declined in recent decades, often in response to commercial production needs. And as a result, it is likely that the vulnerability of Pacific Island food and commodity production systems to climate variability has increased, which may threaten food security. There is the expectation that climate change will increase in severity and possibly frequency. So a lot more cyclones, a lot more flooding, and long-term changes are also expected in key climatic variables such as temperature and precipitation. Overall, the impact of climate change is expected to be far greater on global grain crops such as rice and wheat than it is on Pacific root crops such as taro. And as a result, the price of imported grain is expected to increase, and it will become increasingly difficult to grow rice locally at a competitive price. This has serious food security implications, but it could also provide market substitution opportunities for traditional crops such as taro, cassava, and breadfruit. There is a clear need to address the increased level of vulnerability and put in place measures that improve the resilience of production systems and management practices. And by enabling farmers to adapt to weather threats and climate extremes in the short and medium term, future generations of farmers will be better placed to adapt to climate change, whatever specific form it takes. Therefore, Pacific governments and development partners are urged to acknowledge the research that's been provided through the publication and develop appropriate policies and programs that respond to the research. Support and invest in new approaches to agricultural research and extension, such as partnerships with farmer organizations and the private sector, and support and invest in traditional crops and production systems, which are in general relatively resilient to variations in climatic conditions, including root crops, such as the breadfruit previously mentioned, and selected timber species. For the respective FOs, they are urged and encouraged to continue to create awareness amongst members and partners on the publication, previously mentioned, and also develop and implement programs that respond to the latest research highlighted in that publication, which includes soil improvement, diversified cropping systems, incorporating more traditional crops and tree species, sustainable agriculture practices with reduced chemical usage, integrate pest management and pest and disease clinics and apps, develop open pollination seed banks with support from farmers, and finally, development of new environmentally sustainable technologies. Thank you again for this opportunity, and yeah, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. Very clear. Again, important issue related to how to better benefit from the services that farmers organizations are providing, also to support the implementation of policies. Same issue also brought from Sophead before, and very concrete, and thanks for keeping the time. So we're gonna move next with Ms. Maria Genesis Kattingdig from Asia DRA. Please, Maria, you also have 7 minutes if you can present the recommendations of your group.
Thank you, Guilherme. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from Manila.
Maria, sorry, I cannot hear you very well. It's a bit low, the audio. Maybe you can increase your volume a bit.
Okay, sorry, is this okay now, Guilherme?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you, Guilherme, again. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from Manila. I am Max Katindig. I am from AsiaDRA, or Asian Partnership for the Development of Human Resources in Rural Areas. So AsiaDRA believes that no discourses and narratives on food systems should be carried out without understanding the complex rural community structures that shape agricultural food production, and recognizing that we need differentiated yet grounded lenses to understand agri-food systems, transformations, and to respond to challenges confronting it. As such, AsiaDRA continues to support organized family farmers at different levels, especially at the local or subnational level. Since 2012, we have been supporting at least 37 farmers organizations covering at least 37,000 households in 7 Southeast Asian countries. From the implementation of several projects and programs with FOs, and in the discussions with them, we are putting forward the following recommendations based on concrete experiences from the ground for consideration in the global dialogue, and also for the strategic actions in the next 7 years of UNDFF implementation. So first, transitioning to agroecological food system cannot happen overnight. We need to support the FOs that are in varying transition levels and have different capacities. Many FOs are still in level 1 or 2 towards transitioning to agroecology, meaning they have already just started reducing the use and consumption of damaging inputs and are already substituting conventional agriculture practices, while at the same time, other efforts are already at the level 3 or 4 or have already successfully redesigned local food systems and are on way to developing local value chains. So second, fundamental to the inclusion of rural youth and women in agriculture are the investments in organizing, educating, and capacitating them. Our recent studies on rural youth and women highlighted that despite the global, regional, and national policy instruments in place, they continue to be at disadvantageous positions since they are least represented in decision-making processes and at least recognized in policies and program implementation. So we need more responsible agriculture investments accessible to rural youth and women, including climate-related financial resources and services responsive to their needs. Along this line, we need more youth-specific strategies or interventions catering to several types of youth in agriculture. Those who are already engaged in agriculture, the landless young farmers, those rural youth that temporarily seek jobs in urban areas to earn money, save, and return to invest back in on-farm or off-farm activities. And there are also those rural youth who are not in employment, education, and training, but are potential human resources in agriculture. Thirdly, meaningful realization of UNDFF, along with SDGs, of course, will only be achieved if strategic actions reach on ground and include multi-stakeholder participation. We recognize, though, that there is a need to capacitate farmers' organization in constructive engagement, partnership building with public and private sectors, among others. So with this, AsiaDRA invests in harnessing the capacity of farmers and their organizations and ensuring effective participation through appropriate financing and implementation modalities. Last but not the least, we have heard earlier from Paknur that the experience of KSPS, one of our partner FOs, and to reiterate his important call, we must continue to support family farmers in building their organizations and implementing their own local actions, respectful of their local culture and territorial context. So in the next 4 years, AsiaDRA Network will elevate or empower, lead, innovate our work responsive to the post-pandemic development and growth of family farmers and their organizations, enabling them to engage in territorial-based governance mechanism and supporting them in engaging not only with the private sector, with the public sector, but also with the private sector, recognizing that both are equally important partners in territorial-based rural transformation. On behalf of AsiaDRA, let me end this by extending our sincerest gratitude to FAO and IFAD and our colleagues in the Technical Working Group, AFA, La Via, Campesina, and Pifon. We look forward to continued collaboration with you, and we also look forward to bringing in the participation of our ASEAN partners in moving forward to greater heights, the UNDFF implementation in Asia and the Pacific region. And more importantly, we recognize and acknowledge our members and partner FOs here who are present here for their essential role in strengthening farmers' organizations and their members. Maraming salamat po. Over to you, Guilherme.
Thanks so much, Mags. Thanks so much. Very interesting recommendations as well. I will comment a bit more at the end. So, colleagues, we just had 3 perspectives, right, from different groups covering, let's say, with a more regional scope. And now we're going to have the opportunity also to listen from perspectives from national level from 2 speakers. Okay, so first I would like to invite Ms. Kai Sakine. She's the executive board member of the Family Farming Platform in Japan, the Japanese National Committee on Family Farming, to bring a bit of the discussions that are happening in Japan about the United Nations Decade on Family Farming. You have 3 minutes, please, Ms. Sakine.
Thank you, Guillaume, for inviting me. This is my pleasure to share our experience of over the last 3 years. Our Ncff was established in 2019, and after the COVID outbreak, we had restriction of activities, but we continued to conduct online seminars, events, and also public consultation on policies and publication of books for children to disseminate information, also in mass media like TV, radio, and SNS like YouTube. Based on these activities, Japanese national government released a new basic plan in 2020 that supports small and medium-sized family farming, which changes national policy of Japanese government in the past. So after this basic plan, several related policies were revised and amended to support family farming. Also, Japanese government allocates special budget for the Undff in the frame of World Agricultural Heritage, or GS, that promote traditional small-scale farming systems with low environmental impact. So my recommendation is to disseminate information not only to government or interested stakeholders, the community, but also to grand public. And also this is a strategic aspect, but include not only national action plan, but also related national policies that support family farming. And also, I would like to propose to the steering committee of Undff to discuss on controversial issues such as free trade. On July 2020, the UN Human Rights Council released a report that questions the effectiveness of free trade on food security and food sovereignty realization. And also last September in the UN Food System Summit, many of has discussed on the importance of high technology, such as genome editing and digitalization, and robotics, and artificial intelligence, etc. However, there are many of civil society organizations who protested to these policies. So I believe it's the time to discuss these controversial issues on the platform of Undff too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kim. Very interesting advancements in Japan. I would like to give also the floor now for Indonesia, for Ms. Ika Krisnayanti from the National Committee on Family Farming from Indonesia, to present also some updates and recommendations on the implementation of the decade. Please, you have the floor, Ms. Krisnayanti. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Guilherme. I'm from the Indonesian Ncff. There is a recommendation from our side. Whether you are a government or our strategic partner or our farmers organization fellows. So there are 4 points from our side. First is mainstreaming the family farming, and then the genuine agrarian reform to be advocate in this family farming issue, and then the participation or the engagement of the family farming organization in the national action plan development, and also the monitoring. And last one is the capacity building for the family farmers organization. So let me go into a deeper a little bit. Mainstreaming the family farming meaning is, especially in Indonesia, the terms of family farming is not already understand or applied in every level of the government ministry or institution. So we hope in the near future, the family farming is already mainstreaming. Why mainstreaming is important for us? Because it will relate it closely with the policy, the budgeting, and the activity for the family farming activity. With due respect, high respect to our government, who has been conducting successfully the activity related to family farming, sustainable food garden, people planting around the house. But according to us, it is not only around the house. The more important thing is the agrarian resources. The issue is not that simple at near your house only, but it's related to the land where we can plan how we can get the agrarian resources such as water, seeds, safe seed inputs, and other infrastructure. And until the access to market, how to access the credit for farmers. So that is not a simple problem for us. So we should consider the agrarian reform, including for fishing, the fishing ground for small fishers, and also farmers in the forest, and also attention to youth and women. And the important other thing is the participation in the National Action Plan. And lastly, the capacity building, including for the family farmers organization, such as advocacy, agroecology, or sustainable farming, how to adapt and mitigate the climate change. And also, as I write down in the chat box, it is important for us to have concrete data from down-to-earth research between the researcher and the family farming organization. And with that, we can do better advocacy to the policy makers. I think that's our 4 recommendations for now, Guilherme. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Krishnayanti. So before I give the floor to open the floor for the discussion, I would like to emphasize some common aspects, very interesting ones that I see coming from the different speakers on this block. So yes, this issue of how to, let's say, root the discussion on family farm at the national level in the institutional processes. It's something that is always present in different countries. So in looking from the global level and looking for the different experiences, definitely where you see better advancements on the dialogue and then with effective measures are the experiences combining the farmers' organizations, the civil society organizations with the governmental institutions to discuss and to agree on the way forward for the development and implementation of the National Action Plan. Then there are different strategies used, sometimes as Mr. Pan had mentioned, let's say farmers' organizations, CSOs take the lead and then try to mobilize the governmental institutions, etc. This is one option. There are other options that is looking for institutional spaces to be used to structure the policy dialogue, existing institutional spaces that could exist. Sometimes there are in different countries. I think very important, different speakers mentioned the issue of localization, territorial dimension, how to adapt the policies to different contexts, but also to different typologies of family farmers. I think this is also interesting coming from you. It is an important issue. Also the issue of how, again, very present on how to use benefits the expertise, the services that exist that are very relevant for rural communities from the organizations that can be also considered for the implementation of policies. I think this is a trend, considering that government needs to look for new arrangements to operationalize and implement policies. I think this is important to be followed up, because definitely we see the huge value of the services provided by the organizations, and they proved this during the pandemic. Very often bringing adapted solutions and in a very fast way, reaching rural people, communities, and bringing solidarity networks, connecting to markets, extension, so many services that needs to be better considered in the implementation of policies. So those are some aspects that I think are very interesting. And then as Ms. Krishnayanti brought at the end, the issue of the definition of family farming at the national context is also very important. This is one of the key topics from the technical secretariat perspective. We are investing to create knowledge on this and be able to bring technical solid background to our members on this topic. So this is one area that we're gonna develop along this year, analyzing the different national legislations with recognition, definition of family farming, how they are doing, which kind of parameters, which kind of criteria are being used, and try to bring some lessons learned for the countries willing to further develop this at the national level. So those are some aspects that I think very interesting from what you brought. Thanks so much for your contributions. So with this, I would like to open for 10, maximum 15 minutes discussion, an open forum to bring also the recommendations, the suggestions from the audience on how to scaling up the implementation. Would like to put one question for your reflection, for your inputs. So which areas and mechanisms should be strengthened to leverage on the United Nations Decade on Family Farming to enhance family farmers' contributions to sustainable agri-food systems in the region? Which are your ideas on this? The floor is open. I will try to collect the inputs here with your hands. Don't be shy. We are almost finalizing, let's say, a last sprint, and we are done. Someone would like to take the floor. I would please ask you to raise your hand, because otherwise I can't control it. No. Zainal. Okay, Zainal, very good. Thanks so much for your contribution. Please, you have the floor.
Hello, Jeremy. Good afternoon. Yes, yes. I also want to share the result of our meeting, pre-meeting on 9 of June. Yeah, to prepare our input for this meeting. Yes, first we analyze the critical point or reality while Ms. Kai said on the controversial issue. Yeah, so we discuss about the context analysis on the many problem on the social economy linked with the poverty, hunger, agrarian conflict, and also there is a land grabbing and also high inflation, food crisis, especially like in Indonesia on the CPO and edible oil crisis, and then the reality of many free trade agreement, and also what trade organization gave me affect to our patient. So that's why there are 2 points in our discussion. What about the thematic area that should be discussed before the consultation in September. One is about land, water, and territory. I think linked with the Mbak Ika said, mentioned in also our comrade from Nepal, and also youth issue presented from Philippines. And then also on the seed, that it is also important point because it is linked with the many agreement under WTO and also UPOF that will be shift our local seed. And then also once again about trade issue, as now in Asia Pacific we have CPTPP, comprehensive progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, and then RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So it is a part of our warning in the vision. So that's why we need to discuss more about this in thematic areas of the unique family farming, linked with the agrarian reform, and also linked with agroecology, is because of it is a link with the climate change because of the using chemical input. And second is about the how we strengthen National Committee of Family Farming. So that means peasant is the main actor in the making, implementing, and monitoring of National Committee UN Family Farming. So while the supporting actor is of course is government, and then also NGO, and also research institute. So so once again I said that the peasant is the center point in the UN decade family farming. And then also include with how peasant and National Committee of Farming more involved in the participatory making progress in the National Action Plan, Regional Action Plan, and even in Global Action Plan. And finally about how we also refer to the new instrument as the Undff, United Nations Declaration of Right of Peasant and Rural Area, because it is our new tool of our struggle, especially in UN decade family farming. And also linked with Baika said on the fisheries, yes, because UN decade family farming is not only for the farming but also fisheries. So we refer to the voluntary guideline on small scale fisheries. I think that's the input from like Lavia Campesina. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renal. And I have now two other interventions, Muzaffaruddin, followed then by Marlene Ramirez. I think I will close after Marlene if we don't have other interventions. So please, Muzaffar, you didn't have the floor.
Thank you very much. This is Muzaffaruddin, and I am speaking from Pakistan, from the mountain areas, from Karakoram, Himalaya, and Hindu Kush. I'm sitting between these three mountains and talking to you. I think you are absolutely right. This family farming is more important to the mountain community than any other part of the area. And it has been for a long time the only tool which help them to survive. And I think the way forward is also because in these parts, because of its geography and other areas, other dynamics, it will always remain a family farming model rather than a commercial or many other models. So I think one of the my humble request to this August forum is to the mountain communities. This family farming should be, promoted more, as that is the way forward as to first for their income, survival, growth, food security, and also for particularly the fragile environment here, so kind of ecosystem management. To move forward, one of the major challenge we all in the nation struggle, because Pakistan is a plain country, and we mountain people live in a very small area. So we are not really becoming part of any national policies because we are small, we are not significant. But of course, environmentally, we are the most significant because we, from these mountains, glaciers, all the 100% of the water, the big river systems. For example, in northern Pakistan, in Gilgit, where I speak, we have more than 500 glaciers, the largest water deposit. But nobody take care of that. So, and if you didn't focus on the local people's income, this environmental disaster will be, upcoming. So for this purpose, I have three small requests or recommendations. One is that this family farming should be made of our education system. Because when what we practice and what we learn is very different, because in our schools, in our colleges, in universities, we talk a very different thing. So it should be made part of a curriculum, part of education. So then, this in the second generation, like my generation, I have been a farmer, but my children, it's very difficult for them to understand it, what is a family farming, because in our education, they learn different things. The second important thing of family farming is also to, apart from farming, we have to focus on the family model also, how we can promote this family working together. That is in another area, because that is the nucleus of this family farming. So what is happening because of this current situation changes, families are getting disintegrated, and we are, doing different things. So that's why, this family model should be part of this family farming. So that initiative also need to be look into the dynamics of family, the changes, and how we can bring it forward. And the last one, which I will request is, as I can see, we have heard some amazing stories. But I think one important thing which we see here is, this networking of these family farmers that need to be, recognized by first as by regions, national level, and also, like these forums. So thank you very much. That was my humble points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important point. One that we'd like to highlight that family farming contributions that goes beyond production. No, it's also about environment, water, soils, socioeconomic contributions, local development. So all those possible entry points in different policy areas should be considered and can benefit from the contributions of family farmers. And this is definitely something that we are trying to stimulate reflection about it, and also see which kind of policies can be brought on those areas to family farmers. So this is an area to be certainly further developed. We cannot face the huge challenges that we have, multidimensional challenges with sectoral policies anymore. We need to integrate, we need to coordinate. So thanks a lot. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Marlene. Nice to meet you, Marlene. Very good to be with so many friends. So
Thank
please, you have the floor, and we're gonna close after you.
2 points. First, I wish to recognize the point you raised on the importance of making advisory services more accessible, more reachable for family farmers, small food producers. And it is along this that we are happy to share that as an agri-agency member of the AgriCord Alliance of Agri-Agencies that co-implement with the Asia Pacific Farmers Organization platform,
the farmers organization strengthening program in Asia, but in particular we focus in Southeast Asia. This we fully see the importance of building capacities to make services accessible, and it is along this that I wish to mention that the 2021 to 2025 Rural Development and Poverty Eradication work plan of ASEAN already has embedded that as an important objective under its economic agenda. And along this, in the RDPE work plan, the UNDFF is already integrated in the document, and therefore it's a mandate that will have to be referred to in the implementation of the work plan in the next 5 years. And which is connected to what I heard from Supip as an important task, which is getting ASEAN into the more actively in the discussion and implementation of the UNDFF. And we are happy to note that the ASEAN Rural Development Poverty Eradication Work Plan, which has the UNDFF in the document, will be integrated in the upcoming ASEAN Rural Development Master Plan, which is for acceptance by the ASEAN Summit in October this year. And I think with two countries, Philippines and Cambodia, having the national action plans approved, we can get the support of these two countries together with Cambodia, who is also in the process of pursuing the approval of an action plan, such that at the ASEAN level, the UNDFF can get a clearer traction. But more than having just a regional plan, I think it is the integration of the UNDFF agenda in the different sectoral action plans of the agriculture and forestry, women and children, poverty eradication, and so on. And I think with AFA, we will do our best in the next 3 years to get more ASEAN member states having the national action plans and a more robust engagement in support of family farmers. Thank you, Guilherme.
Thank you so much, Marlene. Indeed, this is a big topic. I think we can see how this issue of the services of the organizations can be strengthened during the global forum, because I think it's a very important, relevant way forward, and can really help to fill some gaps that we have on our strategies, global and national level. So thanks so much, Marlene. So with this, we would be closing this session related to recommendations, and we would then enter in the final phase of our meeting, the closing remarks from two dear colleagues, Mr. Hubert Borad, Country Director of Asia and Pacific Division and Grant Manager of the FO for Asia, APFP, Arise from IFAD, and Mr. Pierre Ferrand from FAO office in Bangkok, from RAP, the Regional Office for Asian Pacific, and also the UNDFF Regional Focal Point. So those two colleagues are the ones behind, let's say, the preparation and organization of this successful event, together with our partners, farmers organizations that we listen until now. So Mr. Borad, you have the floor, please, for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Guillaume. And I don't know if I will have very formal closing remark. I will let Pierre to do it, maybe some reflection. But first of all, I would like to thank you, thank a lot all the participants. There was a high level of participation. And it demonstrates again, the importance of this topic and the importance of the family farming aspect. I think also, that there was a presentation of significant progress over the first years of implementation of this UNDFF. Already 10 action plans has been approved. Many are ongoing, good communication also. And we have been able to discuss different thematic related to climate change, to the youth, or to finance, which I think demonstrate also that this topic is quite dynamic, and there's a lot of interest on that. Maybe and I don't have any answer, but to contribute to Guillaume's question about which IRA and mechanism should be strengthened to leverage the UNDFF. I was wondering, why after 3 years there's only 10 countries who have adopted the action plan, and I don't have the answer. But and listening as well to Muzaffar from Pakistan, who just expressed, the importance of education, etc. I think for politicians, the family farming is business as usual. I'm not sure, I mean, in the sense, maybe it's a little bit provocative to say that, but family farming is what has been done, for decade and decade, and it was, the classical model. And today, this model is facing multiple challenges. We saw that, from climate change, from land reduction, from access to market, etc. And today, this model is at stake. But does our communication is clear enough for politicians, not people who are in our small circle, for them to understand what is the new business model for sustainable, family farming. We talk about the interest of family farming from, the agri-food system to the protection of the environment. But does our business model is clear enough, and does, the action plan and policy that should lead to protect and enhance this business model is clear enough for them to speed up the result that we are expecting under this UN Decade Family Farming. So 3 years are gone. I guess, at midterm review, the objective is to have most of the action plan already approved in order to implement it. So, as I said, I don't have the answer, but it is this element that I wanted to share with you. I will not be long. I know it has been a long day, and a lot of people have said a lot of things. So I let the floor to Pierre, and again, to all the facilitators, to all the intervenants, to all the participants, thank you so much for being with us today. Over to you, Pierre.
Thank you, Hubert, and thank you for sharing your reflection, which I think could open up a whole new session and further discussion on how we have to move forward. So dear estimated partners and participants, we are now reaching the end of our regional dialogue on family farming. And I hope you have enjoyed it as much as I did. I mean, as Hubert mentioned, the participation was quite high. I mean, this morning we had up to 160 participants at some stage. And over 100 of you actually stayed the entirety of the day. So it was very rich and offered a good overview of some of the great initiatives that has been implemented already in the region over the past 3 years. We've often family farmers and their organization at the core of the process. And I think what this is also one of the key messages of the day is that all the success relies mostly on the strong inclusion of family farmer and their organization. It has also reminded us that the current context is more challenging than ever for family farmers, calling for different and holistic approaches to sustainably transform our agri-food system. So this morning, Ms. Marcela Villarreal, she mentioned that the multiple crises the world is currently facing offer also the occasion for a joint and sincere reflection aimed at finding the most appropriate solution to strengthen and rebuild resilience based on sustainability and inclusivity, and to leverage local producers to offer solutions in complex and challenging times. And I think this encapsulates quite well the way forward. So to conclude our dialogue and to move forward, I would like to take the opportunity to share some of the upcoming activity planned across the region in the coming year. So as we mentioned already several times, this regional dialogue will feed into a global forum organized by FAO and IFAD on the 19th to 22nd of September. And we will communicate more information in due time, but we really hope that you will continue supporting the process, but also engage and participate. Then FAO will continue supporting in the process to develop, supporting countries in the process to develop inclusive and multi-stakeholder driven national action plan for family farming. And this year we'll focus our efforts on 3 specific countries in particular, likely to be India, Bangladesh, and Cambodia, but we still need to refine this in the coming months. At global level, it is worth mentioning that following its launch in last December, the regional technical platform on family farming will be further developed. So this platform make available to government, farmer organization, the scientific community, policymakers, private sector, and all those interested in rural development, a set of innovative tools for the exchange of experience and specialized knowledge on family farming, promoting technical and institutional innovation that strengthen the family farmers around the world. So it works is based on mobilizing existing knowledge, expertise, and best practices from around the world, and fostering dialogue, learning, and collaboration among a diversity of partners from inside and outside FAO. So as you can imagine, this tool, because it's really a tool, can be really instrumental also in the region in order to network between the different partners, but also to learn from good practices. Focusing on the ASEAN region level, I was really interested to hear what Marlene Ramirez from ASEADRA mentioned regarding the ASEAN master plan on rural development, because this, I think, offers a good avenue to further engage at ASEAN level. I also agree that countries like Philippines and Indonesia, who already have national action plan, could be the engine of more engagement with ASEAN Secretariat, and to convince more countries also to follow path and to develop their national action plan. In ASEAN, we will conduct 6 case studies together with CIRCA and ASEADRA, in particular about policy, strategies, and initiatives that successfully supporting family farming. This will add to 4 case studies that were already developed in 2020-2021 by CIRCA and the China Academia of Agricultural Science in China, focusing on China, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. So all these case studies are contributing also to the evidence that we also mentioned during the day, and they will be used for a regional modular training program on policy cycle for family farming. This will be piloted toward the end of the year in the region. And again, I mean, we will share more information in due time. Regarding the SAARC region, as it was mentioned earlier by Dr. Bakhter Hossein from the SAARC Agricultural Center, the regional action plan for family farming in South Asia is finalized, and that it has been published earlier this year. It was a great effort from a lot of partners, but now it is expected to move forward and to have a meeting with the SAARC Secretariat for SAARC member states, including parliamentarians, for seeking a formal endorsement, and more importantly, finding ways to operationalize the action plan. And here it will be also very important to connect with the different countries and to connect the regional level with the national level, like the national action plan in Nepal, for instance. Lastly, in the Pacific region, together with PIFON, we will implement a survey on family farming in order to better understand the role of family farmers in sustaining local food system. So as you can see, we have a well-packed agenda for the coming year. which will require strong multi-stakeholder and inclusive partnership. And on that, we strongly count on you to continue engaging with us in order to achieve all this. So to conclude, on behalf of FAO, we would like to deeply thank all our estimated speakers and partners for sharing their initiative and their great collaboration. We also thank all the participants who attended today and contributed their experience and knowledge. This will be hugely important for the upcoming Global Forum. And the objective of this regional dialogue was really to connect all actors in the region. And I hope that this is just the beginning of a strengthened collaboration. So let's put family farmers at the center of our food system to lead us to the transformation we need toward a new, more inclusive and sustainable new normal for this decade and the one still to come, as it is mentioned in the Global Action Plan. So thank you very much again. And I wish you a good end of the day, because it might be already quite late in your side of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you.